Welcome to TCH Live. We are at TCH Social in Austin, Texas. I'm Kyle Frisbee with you tonight, joined by Amanda Chang, making a return to the booth for 2-5 No Limit. And this is a match the stack game that's getting quite popular. We've had this the last few weeks. Some familiar faces, of course, but also some folks making their debut on the stream. So it'll be a lot of fun to get to know them as we go along. And as is customary, we'll start with a bomb pot. Dan in the box, a quarter from each player to get things started.
Yeah, immediately we see a set of sixes on the top board for John 316.
Yeah, middle set, something a little bit tough to navigate in bomb pots, but we'll see. And bottom set, the real challenger for Will on the top board. All the sets. Manny with a set of tens on the bottom. See who has Isaac with quite a bit of equity with the nut straight and redraw to the nut flush. Pretty nice hand on the bottom.
Yeah, a little bit of a cooler for Fortune here, who turned the second nut straight with the third nut flush redraw.
Yeah, quite unfortunate. And bet from Fortune, called by Manny with his set. Going to be looking to boat up on the river. Isaac also making the call.
John is in there with his set on the top. I don't see any 3-4 combos. Actually, Ethan has a 3-4 combo. So he turned the straight with a straight flush gutter.
5 ways to the river, and Ethan and Isaac are going to arrive there with some check marks. The 3-4 straight going to be good on top for Ethan, and of course the Broadway for Isaac on bottom is going to hold up.
Yeah, and Fortune's going to continue betting here for $300, which I imagine is going to get raised by Isaac, who has the nuts, although it can be kind of tricky in these hands because you never know which board is getting quartered.
Yeah, the straights, if you're playing just one board, which Isaac is, I think you probably lean toward just flatting, but we'll see. Yeah, he's going to just flat with the nuts. Understandably so. Over to Ethan.
Yeah, I think he'll find this call. He does have 2 8s in his hand, and there's not a lot of incentive for 8-9 to call, but he lays it down. And so Fortune's going to bet his way into...
The 2 pair is going to be good for Fortune. Kind of gets bailed out by the fold from Ethan. So they'll chop up 200 plus in profit. Do have our summer series, and you see the championship trophies behind the players on that last view.
Yeah, they look really nice.
Beautiful limestone. Yeah, those are my favorite style. Talked to our tournament director, Josh Adkins, yesterday about that. So we'll be streaming a few of the final tables, including a week from today. We have the 1K high roller. So get to see some high roller tournament final table action. That will replace our typical cash spot.
Yeah, that's sure to be a good one.
Yeah, I always enjoy those high roller final tables, usually attracting some of the more studied tournament players that are a lot of fun to watch navigate. You can often, if you're watching a stream, to try to pick up tips and tricks of the best. Those usually a good spot to start.
Yeah, my friend John Yipma was in town, and he took down the WSOP high roller. Heads up with Will Givens, who we have been watching on the main event stream until recently.
I cannot believe I just realized. So that I didn't realize it was the same Will. But yeah, Will Givens making a name for himself in the main event.
Yeah, he was heads up here for the high roller.
Yeah, no, I definitely recall. Now, done a lot of streams over the last few years, but
not much for anyone on this 10 high board.
Yeah, 2 overs, backdoor hearts for Raj. Manny never afraid to put some chips in the pot, so he'll go ahead and do that. He bets 150. Just under a pot size bet, and Raj has played quite a few hours with Manny on stream and maybe otherwise over the last few weeks. We'll make the call and immediately turn top pair. Front door diamonds do get there, but Manny with just the 5 of diamonds working, and he is going to keep firing and see what Raj wants to do. Does not have a diamond in his hand. Could choose to raise, but he's just going to call. River is a 5 and does give Manny some showdown value, and I think that might get him to not bluff, and does. So he's going to check back. Raj will win a nice pot. Love the t-shirt choice from Raj tonight as a A&M alum. Believe he also goes to A&M. Well, maybe currently. I made it sound like I'm still at A&M. I wish I could still that age group.
Yeah, he'll graduate just a few years after you did,
Just
right?
a couple of years. Hop in the chat. See Marispy there saying hi. Hi back at you, Marispy. Welcome. And Bones, you all know him. Going to be joining in the 9 seat.
Yeah, Bones is a player that is definitely respected and feared at the table.
Yeah, Bones, speaking of like the high rollers, if you want to watch streamed poker and maybe learn a thing or two to add to your game, Bones a good place to start. And also graced us with his presence in the booth for a final table last week. So it was fun to get kind of inside his head and hear a little bit of the poker mind of Bones. Been a professional player for many years, and as you said, well respected in the Austin area. 3-bet from Isaac with the king queen, Manny with the computer hand. Well, actually, usually that's a different hand, but it's the GTO wizard hand, ace 5 suited. And interesting spot here. It flops top pair, but bottom 2 for Isaac.
Yeah, if you want to see some action, this is a very good flop for it.
Yeah, with action players, or at least we certainly know that about Manny. I don't know as much about Isaac. And here comes some action. Manny's check raising to 325.
Yeah. It definitely is an interesting candidate to raise. You do block aces, ace king, and ace queen, but those hands are going to 4-bet a lot of the time. And this type of board just hits Isaac's 3-betting range so heavily. And you can see now Isaac's going to flat and continue to let Manny blast away at this pot.
Oh, an action-killing turn, the 10. Any jack making it, and Manny just rips it on Isaac, and what a miserable spot. See if you can find a call, but
yeah, all of the hands that you wanted Manny to have, like ace jack and ace 10, just made a better hand.
Yeah,
and
lays
he's gonna
it
lay
down.
it down. What a horrible turn card for Isaac.
You know, I could feel the grossness in here. Just one of the worst cards he could see on the turn, and was set up to win a nice pot there. And Manny will take it away with his aggression.
And that's why it's so much fun to watch Manny play. Just the fearless aggression, blasting away into the pot. And you never know what he has. He can have 7 high. He's like playing the 7 deuce game by himself.
Yeah, he is a well-known high V-pipper, and couldn't agree more. When you're out there and the bullets, the Manny bullets are flying, which I've experienced a couple times, it's the fact that his range can be so wide in so many spots is tough. When you're back here and you get to see the cards, it seems like
You know where it is, right?
Well, it's fun
a
for
lot
us.
easier. Yeah, it's fun for us. We get to go along for the ride,
Yeah.
free of charge.
Yeah, Jacksonville's cool. It's a bit of a drive though. Best bet? They have a live stream there though. Yeah. Best bet?
Yeah.
Really good.
Couple of nines
really
for
tough
Ethan.
recently.
He'll raise to 40.
Like in terms of
This is 2-5
No,
match,
just like no
of
game
course, as I said off the top, but probably the $10 straddle will be on most or all of the night.
Is that where you're based? I'm based out of Tampa.
Heads up with Manny, and 9 still good on this 7 high board, 2 hearts. Manny looking for an 8, does have a gut shot.
Yeah, this is a hand that Manny could find a raise, but he elects to just call.
Jack on the turn. Doesn't change much, but does present an overcard to Ethan's 2-9. So check to a river. Front door flush gets there, neither player on the flush draw. And we'll see if Ethan decides to go for some thin value. Looks like he's going to do just that. $110 is the bet, trying to get called by pairs of 6s, 7s, even deuces that get curious, but no additional value to be had, but Ethan will take down his first pot of the night.
Yeah, I do like the bet on the end. Once Manny checks a couple of times, you can often narrow out the strongest parts of Manny's range. Not always, but finding those sorts of thin value spots is a way to level up your game a lot and increase your win rate for those of you at home.
Yeah, it's actually kind of a mark of a more experienced or studied player, if you will. If you see them going for, well, you will almost always see them going for thin value much more often, where a lot of more rec players might just be content to check back with their showdown value. Raised to 40 by John with the Queen Jack suited. Gets a call from Manny. Manny, I think, has played every pot so far. 10-5 of spades. $9-8-6 rainbow and gutter for John with 2 overs.
Bet 75.
7, of course, gives Manny a straight. Does also have backdoor spades. Edgar, welcome back from Boston in chat. Good to see you again. And there's the 7 and a straight for Manny.
And he does check it over, trying to induce a bet from John, who still has a gutter here on this board.
Bet 125.
2 overs as well, but they are no longer live.
300.
And Manny's going to go ahead and raise here.
Yeah, min clickish check raise. It's like John is leaning fold. Does let it go. Yeah, it's tough to call there when your only outs might be a 10 exactly.
So unfortunate for Queen Jack suited. Such a pretty hand, and Nothing develops here. It looks like it should on a
Yeah, it
9 high rundown.
does seem like there should be more work in there.
Eventually, yeah. Eventually I'll win if I keep going.
Hop in the chat if you haven't already, like Marisby and Edgar have thus far. Kyle Frisbee, Amanda Chang with you tonight. As always, we'll be with you until about 10 o'clock Central here at TCH in Austin, Texas. A very rainy Austin, Texas.
It's 20 right now.
Been pretty amazing to see the forecast and see the high start with a 7 this time of year. Can't remember the last time it was July and 79 was the high.
Yeah, that is wild. We really have not had that many 100-degree days this year.
Yeah,
which
that's true.
is the
It's-
first time that I can remember it being like that.
Yeah, we've had pretty merciful weather, and Ethan not going to be trying to be merciful with ace king suited, and unfortunately for Bones, he's being pipped here with ace queen. Facing a 3-bet, however, and he just gets away from it, and Bones doing Bones things, and Ethan just take down the initial raise and blinds.
Yeah, really good fold there against the raise and the 3-bet, both from a relatively early position. And in that configuration, you can think that the hijack raising range is not going to be super wide. And so Bones, with his ace queen, is going to realize he's either in relatively bad shape or perhaps flipping a lot of the time. So he's going to go ahead and fold it against a range that is pretty tight.
Yeah, nice fold there by Bones.
Still takes a ton of discipline, which is usually what you'll see from Bones. Really good awareness and really good discipline.
Raise, seat 430 Call
Yeah, and Bones very comfortable out there under the lights on stream. I think a lot of players might just be shamed into calling, at least there with ace queen. Don't want to be playing super nitty, but
We watched RTC
certainly
today.
not a part of Bones' decision making.
Yeah, sometimes you can watch a stream and you hear a player say, the chat's going to roast me for this, while they're getting ready to do the thing that everyone at home is hoping they'll do.
Messi
Like if they're about to make a big correct fold and they're like, everyone's going to roast me for folding, and everyone at home is like, no, fold. You got to fold. Straight here for Manny on the turn.
Drills it
And
and almost has his opponents dead. Will with just a smidge of equity.
yeah, he's got the 10 and is going to try to represent the king 10 or 8-10 hands. Unfortunately, he is betting into the hand that Manny actually has.
Manny raises, Will makes the call. Going to need some help on the river. Help does not come with the 5 of clubs rolling off. And
Yeah.
522 in the middle. Manny going to make a 40% pot bet. Or excuse me, 80%. Had my math backwards.
The flush does get there, but Will decides to look him up, and he's going to see the bad news.
Nice pot for Manny.
You know me.
Mr. Manny Fresh up the most early here, up 861.
Yeah, Will decided to keep Manny honest and call with just a jack on that board. He has seen Manny bluff enough times, and that might actually discourage some other players from bluffing him later on, but we will see.
Yeah, and you know we've said it before. If you're a high VPIPer, oftentimes your opponents may begin to call you pretty thin. But the benefit of playing a lot of hands aggressively, as Manny does, is when you do make a hand, he gets a lot more value with his stronger holdings. And Fortune With a strong holding on the button, couple of jacks will raise to 40.
Raise. 175. Seat 9.
Bones going to 3-bet from the big blind. The 8-6 of diamonds. Attacking the potentially wider range of the button, but Fortune has it this time, and he'll just make the call.
For the big spots.
Ace-10 deuce, and Bones can certainly rep the ace.
Dropping a live cookie right there.
And this is going to just be a tough spot for Fortune. A ton of Bones' 3-betting range is going to include some big aces, as well as some smaller suited aces.
Anything but whatever's on right now. SB's WNBA, they don't.
Bones does c-bet on the small side, and Fortune does return to sender the jacks, and Bones, well played. He'll take down a nice spot with just 8 high. And certainly can't blame Fortune. From his seat, that looked exactly like a 3-bet with an ace that flopped top pair. There's basically no difference in how that would look.
Yeah, that's the benefit of 3-betting those hands is on an ace-high board or a board with a bunch of Broadway cards, you can start representing those hands with 8 high. So great play from Bones. He put a lot of pressure on the pocket jacks once the ace shows up. A lot of you at home are commiserating when you have pocket jacks. The ace always seems to show up, right?
Immediately out for blood. Adding 5 for group.
Yeah, I will say, Bones probably not expecting Fortune to be quite that strong as he was there, but
Yeah, the booth is like, wait a second.
perfect flop to c-bet his range, and you'll see Bones pick up a lot of pots like that.
He's going to give me pushback every time.
But also not reckless. You won't see him get himself in a huge bind running a bluff that doesn't make a lot of sense. Professor, ace-king suited, will raise the price of poker to 30.
Ball 8, fold 9, fold 1, fold 2. We are heads up.
Manny makes the call with 5-4 off. And flops an open-ender.
Bet 50. Fold 6.
And Manny just...
Thunderfect seat
Yeah,
9.
Professor checks to Manny and quickly folds to the bet, and certainly cannot blame him. That was a board that wildly favors Manny Fresh's range.
Yeah, not even a backdoor flush draw for Professor. So I do like the fold. We know Manny
Yeah.
is going to continue to apply pressure. And even if you turn an ace or a king, it can get scary out there.
Yeah, careful balance with ace-king. Obviously, that spot, I think, as we just said, Professor very justified in just letting it go. Kind of the mistakes you'll see for beginning players is either getting too in love with their ace-king or folding too easily, not willing to play post-flop if they don't flop anything other than, top pair, top kicker plus. But out of position versus a board that favors Manny's range, definitely time to fold. And raise to 100 by Will, King Jack. Raj with Queen 10, and we get Ace 9-9. Check, check, and turn is 8 of diamonds. Does give Raj a gut shot.
Bet 125.
Raj bets the turn and takes down the pot.
Probably no. But it's right.
Nice pickup. Raj, we've talked about Bones, but certainly Raj been a lot of fun to watch the last few weeks as well.
Right next to the 2.
Has
They should
played some
hover-
very
they should
nice
hover
poker.
behind the 2 people
Yeah, I've seen a couple hands that he's played, and it seems like he finds a bunch of really creative lines.
Action, side action.
So I'm excited to see what he brings tonight. I have not been in the booth since he's been playing, so it will be very fun to watch a full stream of him play.
Yeah, I think it's becoming an overused term in the poker community, but he strikes me as a well-studied player. Probably is.
Straight,
Raise
two-pair,
35
quad.
total.
Couple of queens for Bones. Raised to 35 from the cutoff. Isaac on the button with ace-9 off.
Yeah, it looks like he's reaching for raising chips. Ace-9, a decent raising hand because you can get some folds from hands that dominate you, and it's not strong enough to just want to flat, but he is raising into pocket queens and pocket jacks for Raj. So interesting now for Raj in the straddle
And
against a
quad
raise
queens
and a
is the high hand
3-bet.
right now, so you should play the
Looks
king-
like he's
king
going to
five off
4-bet
instead.
here.
Yeah.
Cold 4-bet here from Raj.
Cold 4, and it'll be interesting to see how Bones navigates here. These are two of the deeper players, having topped up to match Manny's stack.
So it's usually still what, 8 or something?
Yeah, but
like
this
that?
is different than the ace-queen earlier because Isaac knows that Bones is going to be opening a lot of hands from the cutoff. So he's going to be 3-betting lighter. Now Raj knows that Isaac's 3-betting lighter, and he's going to 4-bet lighter. So Bones goes ahead, and it looks like he just calls the 4-bet. Isaac's probably going to let the ace-9 go.
Yeah, he stepped in at this time, but I like the thought process Isaac had, but bad timing that your two opponents wake up with premiums. Doesn't cost them a very high fee.
Yeah.
Yeah, the cold 4, Bones going to navigate a bit cautiously, but now middle set and gut shot royal flush draw for Raj, so
Wow, what a flop.
what a flop it is. Raj just going to check. Second nut flush draw. Obviously, king of clubs gives him the best hand in Hold'em. Middle set on a monotone board. Bones carving out a wager.
Yeah, he goes really small here, less than a third pot, which is pretty standard, I think, for a 4-bet pot. There's already so much money in that you can size down on the flop and still be prepared to play for stacks on the river. And I imagine Raj just makes the call. Yeah, there he goes. Looking for that king or that club.
1,300 in the middle.
And the deuce of diamonds.
Yeah, we have the spiciest flop and then the brickiest turn you could ask for. Check by Raj.
Yeah.
Trying to control the size of this pot and get to at least a river card.
Yeah, I think something small again, like 500, to try to set up a river jam. You can get paid from a lot of hands here, and if the river is another blank or a board pair, yeah, he goes a little bit larger, 650, and setting up a really nice SPR for the river.
Yeah, Raj getting the right odds to call with his holding, but gonna go ahead and let it go. And nice fold by Raj. We'll never know if he would have got there, but does fold behind in equity significantly. And nice pickup there for Bones with the 2 queens.
We can just believe the king of clubs was coming on the river.
Yeah. What if we just
There was a royal flush in
lost
spirit.
out?
Discipline.
Yeah, we that would have been a first for me. I've done enough streams now where it's getting harder and harder to have a first, but we did have a first for last week with JY folding kings pre-flop correctly versus the aces of Dante. What a laydown that was. Got a chance to play with him this week, and
You wouldn't have called if you had that hand.
Yeah, he is a
tell him
very
nice fold.
methodical player as well.
Raise 50 total. Seat 1, hold 1, hold 2, hold 5.
Raised to 50 by Bones with the 8-9 suited connector. Gets called in 2 spots by Will and Manny. And 9-Jack Deuce, middle pair for Bones. Right back in the driver's seat with the best hand. It's going to go ahead and bet 1/3 pot. Quick fold from Will and Manny. 2 in a row for Bones.
Does that qualify as a heater?
Yeah, I'll give it
A small heater?
Yeah, it's a little like a coffee warm up, just a little warm up. Do you believe in momentum in poker during your session?
I don't believe
Are you so rigidly mathematical, Amanda, that it's just every hand is an independent event of its own?
Oh, of course it is. Yeah, I was playing a couple months ago, and I moved from a seat. 5 hands later, the dealer looks. So someone doubled up with pocket aces, and the dealer looked at me and goes, "Oh, are you tilted now? That was your seat." And I was like, "What do you mean? There were 5 hands in between. It's butterfly effect. One person throws the cards in a slightly different place, and
Yeah.
I can promise you, I was not getting those aces."
I tell you what, I am of the same vein. I would never even cross my mind. I've had similar things where people are like, "Oh, are you sad you seat changed?" But back to the action, bottom set for Bones, and yeah, definitely we can call this a heater now. We've got a gut shot for Professor Manny with top pairs, so everybody with some kind of piece.
Yeah, and Manny's gonna raise it. What a spot for Bones.
Yeah, he's got a lot of work to do to try to build up a pot, but Manny helping him out here a bit. Bones just gonna flat.
Yeah, and once Bones calls, Professor's getting a really good price to try to spike that jack and cooler a hand like a set.
Turn is the king of hearts.
Yeah, that's going to slow things down. I don't think Manny's going to continue firing on this card. But I stand corrected.
I tell you what, I've said the same thing, trying to predict Manny's actions so many times, and he bets 150. And now, board getting pretty wet and dynamic. Bones going to have to raise, and does just that. 550 is the sprinkle. And back to Manny. Manny with just a pair of 9s. All right, I'm gonna take a shot at my first wrong Manny prediction. I think he folds here, but it's gonna take a moment. 2 9s.
Yeah, I saw him reach for the chips and then take his hand back away.
Yeah, have definitely seen him start to grab the cards and end up putting chips in the pot. So it doesn't always mean he's gonna continue.
Yeah, he finds the fold.
Oh, let's go. Bones shows just a single 4.
1-4.
I love it. Give us a little chat sound check and let us know if you can hear myself, Amanda, and the table at a nice balance.
And while you're at it, tell us your favorite ice cream flavor.
Ooh, that's a good question. Oh, All right. What would you guess is my favorite ice cream? I know it's, but just think cliche.
I really want to say vanilla.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Bluebell homemade vanilla, as square as you can get. See, you got it. I knew you would get
Before you
it.
said traditional, you said guess mine, and I just thought vanilla.
You knew it. Yeah, you knew it. Yours is Neapolitan, maybe. Raised to 110 by Ethan with ace queen, and gonna get 3-bet by Will with one of those GTO wizard hands, ace 3 of diamonds. Got a vote for chocolate chip by Bill.
And Wonder Haas saying
Yeah,
as
Wonder-
long as it's Bluebell.
Yeah, we're on the same wavelength. Homemade Bluebell vanilla, and that is just the Stone Nuts versus top pair,
Wow.
top kicker for Ethan, and
Yeah, this
Will
is a good
checks it.
flop. Kudos to the dealer. Really finding the action cards on this one.
yeah, Dan dishing out heat early. Ethan's gonna bet 205. Pretty quick call from Will.
2 players.
Big brick on the turn, 6 of spades.
Yeah, less than one pot size bet behind.
Yeah, and if you're Ethan, you're thinking, I've got top pair, top kicker. I'm beating hands like King Jack with the King of Diamonds.
And he checked the turn, decided to get really sneaky.
All in.
And Will just rips the river, and what a miserable spot for Ethan. This looks good portion of Will's range is going to include hands with the King of Diamonds, Ace of Diamonds, of course. Has the nuts, Ethan. As played by Will, it's very polarizing. He either flopped the flush and played it this way, or he's got a hand that is behind the top pair, top kicker, and trying to take this one away on the river. Do not envy Ethan's spot. Has to basically just has to decide, is more of Will's range on the value side of the equation versus the bluffs?
And he does make the call. He's going to see the bad news that Will just flopped the nut flush.
Pre-flop with that and just flop the nuts. What a feeling. That's insane. And the run out is perfect. Literally perfect run out.
You can hear the table audio a little bit. Someone saying he 3-bet pre with ace 3 suited and flopped the nuts. What a life.
Hot button is right seat.
You can rebuy the 1,000.
Nice hand, dude.
Poker really is fun when everything aligns like that. You have a 3-bet bluff hand and manage to cooler somebody else in brutal fashion. Those are the times where it seems like you're unstoppable.
I can color them.
21, 20.
I can get the black and the purple. The orange.
Oh,
1, 1.
yeah, sure.
And Ethan taking it very professionally as well. He just taps the table and
That's from your pocket, right? Perfect. Yeah.
pulls out another buy-in. That's all you can do.
500 and 1 beer.
I do that too.
You gotta watch these kids.
You gotta do it.
Gives me a lot
Kid
of-
shows up with a fanny pack full of money. You gotta
And what I always say is if they did a good enough job to put the watermark in, that's good enough for me.
Oh,
I can pass it off.
Yeah.
Hey, can you get somebody to bring me?
If they're putting that kind of effort into it, fine.
But yeah, can we get service?
Worst case scenario, I pass it off to home
You know about North Korean super notes?
Yeah.
And we got a 20 on.
No, I got my roll.
Nothing.
Bones up 1,300 early. Will just behind him at 800 and change. Long way to go. We'll be with you guys till 10, as I said. Usually get to around 100 hands or so. Raise from Raj, ace tray suited. Gets a call from Will with the deuces. Manny, couple of Broadway cards, makes the call. $200 in the middle to a flop. Jack 9 deuce, 2 spades, nut flush draw for Raj, and bottom set for Will. And top pair for Manny. This, like we said, Amanda, Dan dealing some heat.
Yeah, really above the rim flops today.
That is a great way to put it. Manny just leads out. Raj flats with the nut flush draw, and Will going to go ahead and pump it up to 600. Back to Manny with top pair, and he does not like to hit the fold button with top pair.
Can I get a Diet Coke, please?
See if he can sniff this out.
Yeah, it's a hard one because Will could be raising with a hand just like what Raj has. An overcard and the nut flush draw. So it's really tricky to let jacks go on such a wet and dynamic board, but he does let it go.
Very nice fold by
Yeah.
Mr. Fresh.
Maybe influenced by Raj's call behind.
Great laydown, but Raj has a hand he can't fold, presumably. But Will's raise size means business. Both players over 3K effective to start the hand. And Raj lets it go, does not want to commit that much money with just the nut flush draw. And hey, Will very strong bottom set, so Will gonna take down a nice pot, and Raj electing to fold the nut flush draw. Amanda, any strong opinions about the fold there?
Normally you're not folding the nut flush draw, but the raise size was so big. He went 6 times the initial raise, and once Manny folds, you might just not be getting the price. You saw the equities. It was 80-20. And if he thinks that that raise size is heavily skewed toward a set, then I actually like the fold because you lose your board pair outs as well. If the flush comes with a board pair, then you're going to get coolered and it's a lot harder to find the fold.
Yeah, I agree. I have to say I would have likely folded in the same spot because he kind of has 2 decisions. You hate calling off 600, and if you miss the turn, now you're basically, you flushed quite a bit of money down the tube, and you're sitting 3K deep. Are you ready just to put 3K in there on a flush draw only? Tough spot, so he's going to take a lower variance approach.
And Raj just flops the flush here.
And quickly rewarded his turn to make a flush. Unfortunately, nobody with a lot to play back at him. Manny has a gut shot.
I see a little discussion in the chat about folding the nut flush draw on stream, and you are going to want to give action, but against a raise that is 6 times the initial bet, we're not expecting our players just to punt away their stacks. And
No. Yeah.
he did find what was probably a good and correct fold. So, I'm not upset about it.
Yeah, I would echo that. It's their money, and if he decides he doesn't want to put another $500 in that spot, certainly understand it. Does want to put 175 in here with the flop flush. Board does pair on the turn, not your favorite turn card, but stands to still be ahead the vast majority of the time. Manny does call with his gutter once again. John going to exit stage left. $600 in the middle and 5 on the river does give Manny a pair. Manny does like to kind of block lead in these spots. He's going to do just that. And going back to thin value, board is paired. A lot of players might just flat in this spot. I believe Raj probably going to find a raise here. Manny can have 3-4, 4-5. I'm sure running through Raj's head, trying to decide what hands he can get called by that are worse. And yeah, he finds 1100.
1100.
And Manny does lay it down. Nice pot for Raj.
I see Toby in the chat saying, Professor looks a million times scarier with a fresh haircut and a shave.
Oh, I did see him on another stream, and I think my first thought was he looked like he'd been backpacking in Peru, maybe.
Yeah, he had a big beard.
Yeah, does look very professor-like.
Maybe that's what Toby meant by scary. Like, he looks like he's gonna give you detention. Did you get sent to detention a lot as a high schooler?
I definitely did not.
Yeah, me neither.
I ate my vanilla ice cream and stayed out of trouble.
Okay, back to ice cream. I am more of a Ben and Jerry's enjoyer.
Okay, so the complex.
Yes.
You have a refined
I like
ice cream palette.
I like my toppings.
So what are the toppings?
Well, it depends.
The chat must know.
My favorite is New York Super Fudge Chunk. It's the chocolate with the nuts and the chocolate pieces in it.
All right, you like a little bit of, we'll call it savory in there.
Yeah.
I like, if I'm going to go fancy, I was introduced to salted caramel in Chicago at an ice cream shop, and that would be my fancy choice. I like the balance with the sweet. And Isaac going to balance his 3-betting range with 5-3 off, and looks like that's going to work.
Yeah, that was a good segue.
I'm glad you pointed it out because I felt great about it. And I'm not sure if I'll find another spot to pull that segue off, so that might be a one-timer, but thank you, Amanda.
Yeah, give me a signal next time you do that, bro. So I know to call.
I see a question in the chat from a little while ago. Do we run the no limit single draw game still? And I'm not sure of the answer. I know there's a Deuce to 7 game running right now, but I'm not sure who you would need to talk to.
I don't think you did, but if you're meaning on stream, we definitely will have that game back at some point. We had it maybe 2 months ago approximately. Wanted to celebrate the WSOP Deuce to 7 single draw champion Aaron McAvoy, who is the voice of our Dallas stream. Got him on to play some Deuce to 7, show us how it's done. 3-bet for Manny with Jack 10. Professor makes the call with 2 5s, and top pair for Manny on Jack 9-9.
Yeah, in 3-bet pots, you often find 2 overs versus a pair, but this one's a little bit unconventional.
Manny does c-bet. Professor will come along for at least one street. Not ready to fold just a pair on the paired board. Turn is an 8, now giving Manny an open-ender to go with his top pair. 150 is the wager, probably enough to get the 5s to find the muck, and they do.
You got a 20 on live 20.
We need a 5-10 horse game at TCH on the weekends, says Wonderhost in chat. Well, if you bring the players, I mean, don't quote me, but I think they'll spread it. I try to avoid making declarative statements without any sort of knowledge about what is actually so.
Raise.
Ace-Jack suited for Will, under the gun after the straddle. Professor Ace-10 suited, quickly finding the muck to the under the gun open.
Raise 350. Seat 9. Fold 1.
Bones, Ace-5 suited on the button. Solver demands the 3-bet. 350 is the raise, and that'll just take it down.
Oh, I threw my 5 in. Yeah, my bad.
It went in with this. I was just making sure, and you need change.
Bones chipping up nicely already, the biggest winner thus far.
Yeah, and look at that. If you can get folds from hands as strong as Ace-Jack suited, you do that a few times an hour, it's going to add to your win rate a ton.
Absolutely.
Maybe I say that as a reminder to myself, finding those lighter or bluffy pre-flop 3-bets.
Yeah, and it's a good call out. We talked a little bit about Raj's game, and he's had some streams where he didn't have any big favorable spots, but he stole enough pots in similar fashion to the way Bones did just there to hang around even, maybe up a smidge, and that definitely adds up over time. Will opening 2 6s. And kings for Isaac. 3-bet comes in 200.
Yeah, and really fun dynamic for Isaac here because it was Will who opened the last hand too, right? And got 3-bet and had to fold. So to pick up kings here, yeah, and Will just...
Oh, wow, and Will just rips it.
Yeah, he's putting his foot down. Unfortunately, Isaac has the goods.
Yeah, he snaps, and Will going to need some help here.
And Will said one time.
You have aces?
Jack 8-5, and Isaac with the king of hearts. Now
Open-ended.
open-ender does not get there, and Isaac going to take down a $2,569 pot. Dan will count down Isaac's stack and let Will know the price. One thing that got glossed over quickly was the fold of ace-queen in the big blind with the late position 3-bet. A lot of players would get themselves into trouble out of position with a hand like ace-queen, feeling they can't fold it. But Ethan gets away. Here's your V-pips. Manny, a mainstay at the top. Will came to play some hands along with Bones and Raj. Fortune, unfortunately, just the pair of jacks contributing to his V-pip, but it's early.
Yeah, I don't think he's had much to work with.
Yeah, the V-pip's pretty unfair. Only
20 hands
20
in.
hands or so in, but card distribution playing a major role, as you pointed out.
But we can give kudos to Manny, who is in there. Cards or no cards.
Manny going to play some pots and do some Manny things. We love it.
Love
And
to see
Edgar
it.
loves it.
Raise 35 total. Raise
Manny also a
125 total.
nice fellow away from the table. Love having him as a regular feature on our stream. Ethan, 10-8 suited. Gonna 3-bet to 125.
I should call there in position, but
I would. That's my favorite hand. Right
only
there.
because it's you, I fold.
Only because it's me?
Only because it's
And
you.
such as poker at the higher stakes, easily gets away from the ace-queen last hand and 3-bets 10-8 of diamonds this hand.
The bomb pot.
Takes down a pot.
I haven't had one chip come back to me yet. Yeah, I'm not worried about it.
We can be the same at low stakes too, but at low stakes they'll just say 10-8 of diamonds is my favorite hand.
Ah. So accurate. Kings for Manny, and he is going to limp. We
Raise 40 total. Seat.
we'll see how this develops. John raising to 40 with ace-7 suited, and
All sit.
Professor makes the call with queen 10. And presumably here comes the boom. However, you play a premium like this, often it's a bit face up, but the 3-bet size is quite small. Just clicks it to 85 and gets a laugh from John. Possibly it was something else he chuckled at, but I may have been the min click.
Yeah, the fun thing about Manny's game is we don't know if he's doing that with pocket kings or 8 high.
Absolutely.
So a lot of players, you think they're only limp 3-bet min clicking with premiums, and what a flop for John.
John smashing the flop, top pair, nut flush draw. Manny gonna go ahead and represent a big ace that limped re-raised, but gonna get a call from John here that should give him pause with 2 kings, and there's the nuts for John.
Yeah, it could have been giving Manny some rope, but also John was playing a little bit of pot control with his ace with a 7 kicker. You know, Manny does have a lot of big aces in his range. Once the flush comes in, obviously he has the stone cold nuts. He's going to check it. Yep, they're still there.
Always nice to recheck the nuts. Also could be trying to give Manny the impression that he's looking to see if he has a spade. Certainly already knew he had 2 spades.
All in. All in.
He's going to go ahead and rip it now and try to get max value from that aforementioned big ace. And Manny asking for a count. Pot size bet, essentially.
1150.
Yeah, unfortunately for Manny, even if he is bluffing with the ace of spades, he's still beat. So he's going to go ahead and relatively quickly lay it down. Yeah, shows the ace of spades. That alone was good. So
Show the ace of spades. Button is right. Seat.
Turning it
Yeah, you can understand. There's two ways to think about that spot if you're in John's seat. Obviously, you have an action killer if another spade rolls off on the river. However,
His signature move.
given the opponent and having position, I think you can definitely make an argument for flatting as well. But chooses to go ahead and ask for all of it before any scare cards can roll off. Taking down a nice pot gets him into the green at the bottom of your screen. Edgar saying nice fold, Manny. Yeah, never fun to fold the second best pre-flop hand.
Raise 60 total.
Ace king of spades for Bones under the gun. Finds a raise to 60. John
You
with
remember me?
2 8s.
We met at a Greenlight like around New Year's Eve, like maybe a year and a half ago.
Jesus. Are you friends with Jay?
Like Jay Wynn?
Jay Lee. Oh no.
No.
Raj gonna raise it up with
This was like
ace
this was at
10 of
West 6 at the
hearts.
Greenlight,
A lot of
but,
suited aces out there.
It was my brother's birthday, and I ran into you, and I don't think.
I do remember now. Yeah.
Yeah, you remember that? Yeah,
Yeah.
it's pretty cool.
Sounds
you
like
again,
John
by the
and
way.
Bones met at a New Year's Eve party at some point. Bones going to refocus on what to do with the ace queen suited. Ace king, excuse me. Four bet comes in. And not what Raj was hoping to happen behind, and he'll let it go.
The GTO wizard got caught.
Sorry, I like that.
No, you're good.
Another nice pot headed
It
Bones'
was like
way.
a long time ago, you know. Pretty,
Yeah.
yeah.
And I'm at some place like Green.
Bones always looking so relaxed out there.
Okay.
During
Gotcha.
the NBA
That probably made it
Finals,
easier to remember that.
Yeah.
he was in seat 7. There's a TV usually with a sporting event just behind Dan in the box, and just kind of casually watched his Spurs play. Maybe had a wager on it. Made about 7,000 in the game. It was just a blissful looking evening. It's a bit envious myself.
No, he had 5-6 of hearts again.
Up 1,900 thus far tonight.
Yeah, great start for Bones.
They see a flop.
Manny and Ethan throwing the party so far after a couple unfortunate runouts. But there's still plenty of time. We are about an hour into our stream. We'll be with you until roughly 10 p.m. Central.
Kyle Frisbee and Amanda Chang enjoy this evening with you in rainy Austin. Hopefully nice and dry and cool in the Northeast for you, Edgar. No, they had a heat wave somewhat recently, which we actually haven't had the crazy heat wave we usually expect in Texas. In fact, quite the opposite. But pairs of sixes versus each other between Bones and Manny here. Manny will bet. Bones with a flush draw to go with his 6-4. Does make the call. River is a 9, so we'll have a chop if we get to showdown. Manny bets around half pot. Bones going to think about it, and I believe he's going to find a call here. Does make the call, and we'll chop it up.
5-6. I see 4 4, 6. It will be a chop, guys. The queen on the board plays. Chips in front of you, back 1 moment on the chop.
David asking, how does Manny end up in the same seat every time? We do a seat draw to start, but yeah, Manny does seem to somehow always draw that side of the table, one of 3 or 4 seats.
On this right seat. Not this hand, the next one. Alright guys, and not this hand, just a heads up. The next hand after this will be the second bomb pot of the night. So if you like bomb pots, don't wander away. Not this one, next one. The booth just let me know.
Dan announcing we'll go to our second bomb pot after this hand. We do one each hour and finish on a bomb pot as well.
Fold 1, fold 2, fold 3. Raise 30 total.
Ace-9 off in the hijack for Raj will get a 3x raise. And Fortune gonna improve the VPIP with 2 ladies. Makes it 150.
Hold 4, hand complete. Button is right.
And that'll just take down the pot now.
Bomb pot time, guys. The bomb pot
Yeah, kind of tilting to be so card dead.
Yeah.
Pick up a couple of queens and nobody else has anything.
Like, he left intentionally.
What's also tilting is to only get the 2 extreme ends of pre-flop holdings. Start to think, I promise I came here to play more than just premiums, but all I get is premiums or hot garbage.
Hot garbage.
Hot garbage.
Is
I feel like
that-
it gives a good visual, you know?
Yeah. Is that referring to the temperature of the garbage?
Yes.
Or okay.
Yeah, particularly warm,
Okay.
humid garbage.
Okay.
Yeah.
Today I learned.
Well, at least that's what it means to me. Maybe it means something else to others, but I've always envisioned a dumpster in the middle of summer.
With a bunch of 7 deuces in it.
Yeah, full with
All right.
nice PLO hand. King, king, 10, 10 for Bones.
Yeah, nut flush draw for Bones on the bottom.
Got 125.
Great hand for Raj, flopping the wheel and the nut flush draw on the top.
Yeah, big hand. He's going to want to be piling money in, and bets 125. Gets a call from Will, who has flopped has not flopped a straight. Has a straight draw with the 5, 6, 7.
Could you post me if I'm not back?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I will post you if you're not back. Yeah, guys, if you're not here at
Yeah,
table,
the
there's a
wraps on the
dump
2
and
flush
flush
board in bomb pots, I always proceed with caution because you have to hit the offsuit variety, which Will does on the turn. So that 7 of hearts will get Will the nuts. But Raj still with the nuts and the nut redraw.
Don't get to pick your cards in bomb pots, obviously, but always looking for these spots where you have scoopability. Tough to come by, but Raj has one here, and he bets 700. Full pot. Now Will with just the straight, and he's going to let it go, and I think a wise fold. So many river cards that are going to change the nuts on that board.
Yeah, any red card on the top will bring in a flush.
Bigger straights, of course, possible on mini rivers as well, and Bones Still with his nut flush draw on bottom.
Picked up a gutter on the bottom, but he
Lets
lets
it
it go, decides it's not enough. And Raj is going to scoop.
Nice result for Raj, plus 575 to his stack.
And he looks so nonchalant doing it. Like, oh yeah, I'm just here to scoop bomb pots. What of it?
Alright, I had it on bottom. Yeah, I had 3-5 with that. 3-5 with that. With that. 4, 5.
Race to 30 by Professor. Jack 10. Manny makes the call. Queen Jack offsuit. Isaac flicks in the extra 20, and we'll go 3 ways to a flop. Top pair for Isaac and a gut shot for Manny,
Gut shots
as well
for-
as Professor.
Yeah. Double gutter for the Professor. Any 8 or queen would give him a straight.
Board pairs on turn. Isaac still well ahead. Goes about 40% pot.
Did you scoop? On turn.
Both players come along to a river,
What'd you have?
which is another king and a boat for Isaac. Unfortunately, unlikely to get additional value unless somebody takes a stab, and the most likely stabber has checked.
We were chopping at that moment. Might have been. You had a 3? I was drawing pretty slow. I was drawing like 1 out on the bottom.
Yeah, I had 3-5.
I needed a 3.
River bet will take it down for Isaac.
Really?
Yeah, I like the very small bet by Isaac. Once Manny checks, you can assume he doesn't have a 7, he doesn't have a king. The Professor most likely was on the draw and
Figured I could run into that one.
really looking for some sort of bottom pair or pocket pair to pay him off. So I do, a lot of players are betting big there. They think I have top boat, but the small size is going to get called more often.
Yeah, I have to ask yourself, and I think a lot of players may just default to a auto 50% pot or whatever they do on a standard basis. But to your point, Amanda, you have to think about what are the hands that you're targeting for value, and in that spot, not a whole lot of hands trying to get, as you said, some weaker pairs or maybe even a very curious ace high that thinks it might be good with 2 pair and the ace. Race to 30 by Bones, Queen 7. Isaac 3-betting the ace 10 suited from the big blind, blind versus blind. And that'll be good enough to take it down.
Yeah, 2,000.
2,000.
Yep.
Seat 6 is adding 2,000.
Isaac, the second player to crack the 1K mark in profit, up 1,100, along with Bones.
Yeah, we see Saint Metal Snake in chat saying that Isaac guy's playing a good long game. Yeah, Isaac's playing very well. Really impressed by the quality of the play all around tonight.
Dan, what's the biggest stack?
The biggest stack right now. Can you tell me what the biggest stack is? 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 21. Raj right now. Bones, excuse me. Bones has the biggest stack.
41.
About 4,000. 4150 or so. Seat 8, raise 35, full time.
We saw
Raise-
Fortune
Person
miss an
side
ace
first.
king away from the table.
And then raises 14. Sorry. And then raise the 14.
Always tough to go rewind those. Have had
But-
seen some wild ones. We had a player away from the most memorable one was a player away from the table with aces when his opponent had kings in a 5-10-25 game.
Raise. Seat 1.
About a $6,000 break that he took.
How that red thing happen?
Isaac, couple of queens, 3 bets at 250.
Old-fashioned cigarette case. All right.
Manny just jack 7 of hearts.
I think it's 1500.
Yeah, he's in there.
Gonna make the call in position.
It's big chips and joints. Not like a
And Manny catching a big piece. He's got the flush draw. Isaac not thrilled to see the ace on this flop. Checks over to Manny, who will bet his flush draw.
Yeah, this is just such a difficult bet to deal with because you know that Manny is going to continue to apply pressure across all 3 streets, regardless of whether or not the flush comes in. He's going to represent the ace. He's going to represent a strong hand. And can you, or rather, are you prepared to call all the way down with pocket queens? But he does make the call.
Nice pot building, 1285. Going to this turn card, which is a jack, now pair and flush draw for Manny, and he just rips after being checked to. Isaac still with the best hand, does not immediately go to muck.
He's asking himself if Manny had a strong ace or a 2 pair, would he just rip it or would he try to get more value across the turn and the river?
Deep in the tank would be the biggest pot of the night if he finds the call.
But I would not fault him for folding here. I mean, this is just such a difficult spot to play. Manny has a lot of sets as played, some 2 pairs, maybe targeting ace-king, ace-queen. Although those hands are betting the flop a lot of the time.
24-10.
The ace-kings and ace-queens of the world.
Yeah, it's tough to call off for your whole stack when you can't beat just top pair.
Actually, 23.
And also worth noting that even if he does correctly make the call, he still loses a third of the time, depending on the run out.
It's not all that, I've heard.
It's like just because you live there, like you don't really, or like in the area.
It's just hot.
It's hot.
It's really
No
hot.
matter what decision he reaches, do respect the fact that he's taking his time with this decision. A lot of players would
Is it hot?
pretty much just immediately assign the ace to their opponent and muck their cards.
I don't really remember it. But for some reason, I thought Texas was like a big desert with cities in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's no desert though.
It's like a good part of Texas.
Where?
Everything like west of Austin.
Okay. So if I go like,
to ever go west of us.
I probably
go an
would
hour
lean
west, I'll
toward
find the
fold, but the
desert,
longer he
and then go
takes,
back
the
around.
more I think he,
it's-
the more
it is
likely I
desert,
think it
though?
is that he finds a
It's
call.
not.
Yeah.
It's nothing, yeah.
By the range of them.
Like fields, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's seen that.
Young
seen that
Elida in
sort of
chat saying
That's
straight
fine
intuition. And I have to
Sands.
agree.
And a
He's
cactus.
asking himself, why go so big.
I meant more like
That is
fish
such a
with, I
polar
agree,
bet
for,
size.
Like, yeah, sort of unofficially like sand and cactuses. But I wonder what like the actual geographic.
Why go so big if you want me
I
to
think that's
call?
all you need.
No, I think there's some I think there's some things that we wouldn't think of as being desert that are actually desert.
Oh, well,
I don't know what the definition is.
I'm like 99% sure Antarctica is considered a desert. I think you're right. I'm pretty
Does
sure
lay it
Antarctica
down,
is
but
considered a desert.
like I said,
Lack of vegetation.
respect the fact that he at least took the time to think it through. Manny does show the semi bluff.
Casino Royale.
Isaac probably not totally thrilled to see that he was ahead there, but possibly
So if I wanted to get
feels
to
a
the
bit
deserts,
better about it given
New
that
Mexico?
Manny had lots of outs on the river if he does make a speculative call.
Never ever do. Don't.
I-
A lot of fun time.
Nice hand for Manny.
It's not even enter. It just sucks.
Yeah.
But you drive for like 12 hours through Texas and then you get to like New Mexico and Arizona. And there's some good ones.
Dan, I don't know for 1500.
I mean, you're definitely right that it's arduous, but it's also, I can't speak for Texas, but like once you get to the desert states, it's beautiful.
Yeah, Arizona's good. Texas sucks. Traffic is
All right.
You drive for like a day and you're still
Yeah, yeah, you don't get anywhere.
grocery Lubbock on that trip.
Isaac going to raise the button with ace 5 off to $50. And John, ace queen suited in the small blind, will 3-bet. Goes on the chunkier side. 230 is the new price.
Where'd you go to school?
Isaac will let it go.
Oh, I didn't mean it like, where did you go to school? I just meant like,
Gotta love the spam shirt by John.
all right.
When's the last time you had spam, Amanda?
I don't know. I
Don't
feel
say
like-
never.
Well, I feel like I have tried
I
it,
just drove
Yeah.
but
15 hours from Florida.
I
That was
cannot
really bad.
remember having had it.
I guess you have your call. Yeah.
Neither of us are old enough to rent cars. So,
Do you live in Texas?
I'm on month 19 of my
Maybe
4-month visit.
at some
Oh,
point
yeah,
in
kinda.
elementary school, some adult
Kind of do.
was like, "Here,
Here's some
this is what
spam.
the
spam
Golden Nugget was
tastes
cool.
like."
Still haven't
So
gotten
you
my driver's
know,
license changed over.
The Golden Nugget.
definitely not
Oh,
any
my driver's
time in the
license
past.
is in
As,
Iowa.
I don't
10
think I
years.
lived in it, but it's a really cool,
Great deal
like,
of
I have to say for spam,
definitely not a
the
big
ass building on an island.
flavor, not
get
the
back to
worst. Texture,
Or maybe it's a peninsula.
not
but
the
by
best.
water.
If you grill the tar out of it, it can become something palatable. But
Same thing
no
in
offense to
Florida.
any spam lovers out there.
Yeah, this
There was
is
a gambling boat
TCH
near
in
me and
Austin,
it's all
Get it
Texas.
changed over,
We're
right?
playing some 2-5 tonight. I'm Amanda Chang, joined by Kyle Frisbee, who is holding down the fort for us.
Welcome to the chat,
Yeah.
Ragnar.
I mainly play at a dog track. Yeah. Oh,
Here's your luck
Palm Beach,
distribution.
Palm Beach,
Fortune probably would disagree with this graphic. Has had a couple of premium pre-flop hands. Was not able to
yeah. The racetracks have
either
folks
get
because they have the
action
higher
or
license,
out-flop
which
his
is, like,
opponents.
the state's gambling.
Actually, it wasn't that he was out-flopped, but just unfavorable
Yeah.
flops.
Yeah.
They have one of those in West Virginia.
As has been the story of his night. King 6 off in early position. Going to find the muck.
From Pittsburgh to play the Casino Royale.
Ethan. Going to raise up the Jack 10 suited on the button.
Great.
You wouldn't
Professor,
expect
couple
that
of
'cause they don't make
fours.
that much.
Makes
I
the
don't know, I
call.
kind of would expect it. That sounds.
Really?
Yeah, I can't say why. Maybe you Nick, have a
Do we
theory.
have a spam emoji in chat?
Yeah.
Wow, we do. Emoji of the day by
Those are
Saint
gamblers
Metal
that you go
Snake.
towards, yeah.
Being a jockey is
That's
dangerous.
a
Like you have to
huge
have some
honor.
appetite
Lots
for
of
risk.
competition. Emoji of the day.
Bill's saying it's like bologna. Got to grill it. Yeah, you got to grill the tar out of it.
And then, like,
and
eventually, oh, come to the poker room.
then you got something.
Let's talk about horses. And they're hooked. Yeah.
Have you ever played in Tampa?
I went to, I played very briefly. I went to the Steelers Super Bowl there and played maybe an hour. But it was
Hard
Super Bowl
Rock.
weekend.
Yeah.
I went to summer camp as a kid, and all of the Australian counselors would have their tubes of Vegemite.
Oh yeah.
Have you ever had Vegemite?
I have. It's been. I think I was
They do
pretty
let
sure I
you
was a
know.
child.
Yeah. Yeah, I think one of my Australian counselors made us all try it. I didn't hate it.
I'm gonna sprain my brain trying to remember exactly what would the like nutritional breakdown. Is it
I think
mostly
it's
carbs, protein?
salty.
All in blind.
I don't know
Yeah.
the
Blind.
nutrition facts.
John gonna raise the ace four suited
It's actually been a
in
while
the
since I did that.
hijack.
I do that for fitness. Play guitar a little bit. Yeah. Play guitar a little bit.
It's called by Manny and Raj.
Yeah.
King Jack 6 and nut flush draw for John.
Not too much for anyone else.
Yeah, a lot of nut flush draws tonight.
Either these days. Oh yeah, I've been neglecting it. I gotta get back. I'm out of
John
shape.
will bet his
Right now it's so
draw,
hot.
and unlikely his opponents are going to be interested in
today, obviously,
continuing,
with the rain,
and he'll just take down the pot now.
No, right.
Well, I've been manifesting the nut flush draws because we're on stream. We need to keep it interesting.
That's right. We've gotten there with a few of them.
Do you manifest the cards you want when you're
Went to the
sitting
movies twice
at the
this
poker
week.
table, Kyle?
I do
Went to the
not.
same-
No.
Went to the same
No,
movie twice.
Although I have tried to make the mental
Went to see
adjustment, not that I
2001: A
believe it
Space
makes any
Odyssey in the
difference, but
theater, and it was so much fun. I went again.
This is a lot
instead
different
of
than what you
thinking
No,
about
at
or
the
rooting
Austin Film
for
Society.
This is a lot different.
rooting against the cards I don't want, I root for improvement or what I do want.
It's women's soccer.
Just a small adjustment
That's a
there.
good mindset shift.
I don't know what that is.
Do you manifest
No,
your runouts?
I
No.
don't.
Northwestern.
Oh, mystery science. I misheard you. Yeah. No.
Mystery science.
Even when you have your lucky
You know what I
hand,
thought he said?
Austin has master pancake.
Yeah.
and you put your
That's what I
opponent on
heard.
ace
I'm
king.
like, what?
I think of it
Live
abbreviation.
20 song, guys.
How many more cliches can we come up with?
And then
It's really fun.
I once had a lady,
New York.
I tried to make change for her, and she said, "These are my lucky chips." So I put her old chips back, and then she got stacked that hand.
It's, that's a beautiful story. I've had similar. I don't remember how exactly it was said, but
I smell a big
yeah. If you have lucky chips at the table, you should probably be focused on some other part of your game.
Not this one, but like
Yeah.
Namely, just having more chips. They're all lucky chips if you've got them. Bet of 100 by Bones with an open ender. Pretty nice flop if you're going to play 7-5 off. Turn is a king of clubs.
dream.
You're visiting from New York City?
Full pot from Bones. Going to keep the pressure up. With his draw, and ace 10 will find the muck. Another nice pop for Bones.
Do you have a venture anywhere else?
Bones a master of varying his bet size depending on what he would like to accomplish.
Hard to beat the time. Like, this is the cheapest.
Oh yeah, I thought you meant like it's hard to beat.
No, it's very.
This is like
Stacks will be getting deeper and deeper. As we said, it's a match the stack game,
Yeah,
and
$15 a down.
always a fun exercise.
So it's $30
Hop in the chat and put what you think the biggest
It's $15
pot
a
will
down.
be of the night. Let's exclude
For,
bomb
like,
pots from the
$5
equation,
Anything under
but
that is like $12 a
I'll
pop.
throw a prediction out there and say
30 an hour.
6,500 biggest pot of the night.
Here it's 12. It's 12.
Yeah.
210's going to raise it up for Raj.
I thought if you prepay it's cheaper.
Yeah. I think if you went up there and said, hey, let me buy like 500 hours,
Fortune with the Dolly Parton. Going to make the call along with Manny and Bones. 4 ways to a flop of 6-6 king, 2 hearts. Seems like we have a flush draw every hand.
Yeah.
Manny,
You could.
the flush draw this go around.
17
Checks
times
through
24. Yeah, no,
to
you can't
the
even do it.
Really?
deuce of hearts. Manny now with the 8 high flush.
I gotta get really bored at some point too.
Raj, though, with a pair and the 10 of diamonds.
That's
See how he
ridiculous.
wants to proceed.
I did a
The
thing
answer
like
to
2
that
years
question
ago where
is
I challenged
call.
myself to play 300 hours and make a certain amount of money in May, and I didn't make it. I got
River
got
is the
cold,
jack of
was out
spades. Manny with the
commission 3
check
days
mark.
in the middle of the month. I still played 271. It was grueling. It was grueling. Yeah.
Goes
It was.
about 150% pot or so. Maybe not quite 150.
Yeah, yeah.
1.25x or so.
Plus, like, when you're at home, you can, like, distract yourself.
Raj will lay down the 2 tens.
Right. Hear the same
Yeah, nice
songs
fold by
over and over,
Raj.
yeah.
Manny is capable of
We got 2 of the 3.
bluffing in this spot, but he makes a disciplined fold.
You had the chance.
That was the goal. I didn't quite make it.
Or 4 bet.
If I'd have stayed perfectly healthy, I'd have made it, but I had to take 3 days off for a little cold.
It's not exactly what you wanted to
Yeah.
do, is it?
Yeah. I got a little exercise every day. I didn't do it here. This was back in at Parks in the Philadelphia region. I made sure to get a long walk in every morning.
Yeah. And then if they don't have a good
And the flop's just even more.
not a good kitchen.
Right. I never eat at the card room anyway. I had to take care of my food because I'm a little picky about
It's 30
things. So
total.
Not this.
anyway, but yeah, all that's difficult. It's all challenging.
All 7.
Race at 30 by Raj with Queen Jack off.
8.
It was fun though. I'm glad I did it.
Fortune makes the call with Jack 9 of clubs on the button. And Texas heads up 5 ways to this flop. Ace 10 for rainbow.
Yeah, no flush draw on this board yet. We've got a rainbow board. Bunch of backdoor flush draws. Pair for Manny, pair for Bones. Gut shot for Isaac. Gut shot for Raj. And Raj is going to continue with his gut shot. Clear out some of the other hands with equity, but Manny's going to make the call. I imagine Bones is in there with a pair and a backdoor flush draw, and at this price, Isaac may just come along and try to spike the 3. That would be very well disguised, and he does. And the King of Hearts on the turn is going to just come right in for Raj, giving him Broadway. 2 pair for Bones as well.
Spicy turn card. Raj with the nuts. Does not have to worry about any flush draws getting there. Beautiful spot. Multiple opponents to seek value from, and it's going to ask for 250 to start with. Manny lays it down. Bones with a more challenging decision with his 2 pair. Does go ahead and make the call. Certainly knows Queen Jack a part of Raj's potential range. Not able to boat up on the river. Quickly checks over to Raj, and this will be an interesting choice of bet sizes. We'll see what conclusion Raj arrives at.
Did you pursue a career before you started playing? Oh, you're in the hand. That's right.
This board texture going to be targeting pretty much exactly the type of hand that Bones has. A lot of two-pair potential given multiple players seeing the flop, and he's going to go full pot.
No need to consider a prayer.
Just a touch over.
There you go, Rodney.
Pot size bet, now Bones. He's got to be right a touch over 50% of the time to be profitable here. Loses, of course, to Broadway and better two pair most prominently.
This is tough, eh?
Do you want an answer?
Yeah, love it.
Bones spills a bit of his drink in the middle of a tough decision for $1,000.
Can I get a few napkins? Oh yeah, they're black. They blend right in.
Raj, I'm sure, with the internal monologue
I don't know if you
of
want 'em
please call, which we all have been there. Try to turn it up so you can hear what Bones is vocalizing as his thought process.
Very sad if you're ace king.
Leaning toward paying it off, it would appear.
So very, very bad. Just in case you have ace queen.
Flicks it in, and Raj gonna get paid with the nuts.
There's 1,000 from the outside.
Tough spot there for Bones. $3,000 pot headed Raj's way.
Yeah, that one is just so difficult to see. Really unfortunate turn there for Bones.
Yeah, and I turned up the table volume. Hopefully you at home could pick up a little bit of Bones' thought process there.
And you heard him say, as he called, just in case you have ace queen.
55-40. Yeah, about 55.
Little teaser, we hopefully will be having some updates soon that will make it much easier to hear players in spots like that. We know those are the sound bites that you're looking for. Certainly are for myself, even as a commentator when I watch a stream. Love it when the players will vocalize their thought process in a tough spot. Bones often does that. Ginny, she's been out at the World Series of Poker, but we'll have her back. Often one of the players as well that will give us a little insight. But Manny, couple of Cowboys, going to raise it up to 125. This, I believe, his second go-around with 2 kings. Will makes the call with ace-3 of clubs.
And no ace high board this time for Manny.
You could have mucked it up somehow.
Pretty favorable flop for 2 kings. There is the spade draw present, but queen 6-4. Pretty decent flop for 2 kings, and he will bet. Quick fold from Will.
We got a 20 on seat 4 line.
All right, so we did favorite ice cream flavors. What is your favorite type of food if you're going out to dinner?
Well, I have the same type of answer for this one as well. I'm sure you could guess it, Amanda. I know you're asking chat, but I'll play along as well.
A very predictable answer.
Yes.
Pizza,
Steak.
steak.
Yeah.
Steak and vanilla ice cream.
Hey, that's a pretty all-American combo, I would say. What is yours?
Definitely sushi. We talk
That
a
would have
lot.
been... I didn't think about it long enough to say it would have been my first guess, but I'll say I would have got that in the first 3 tries, I
Okay.
think. Yeah. Manny, ace 10, going to 3-bet over the top. And the professor, who will make the call with king 10 of clubs. Out of position, actually. Ace high board, Manny in the driver's seat.
Yeah, nothing here for Professor, who has been missing a lot of the flops. Hasn't really gotten to play any hands so far. A lot of pre-flop call folds.
Yeah, it definitely can start to get in your head when you have a session going like that. You can start to think, am I not playing aggressive enough? Am I not looking for more spots to pick up pots when I don't have a strong hand? But sometimes the opportunities just do not present themselves, and the best course of action is just not to force the issue.
Yeah, my boyfriend and I call that playing in hard mode. Sometimes I'll text
it's a
him,
great way of putting it.
playing in hard mode today. I was in easy mode in the main room. I turned top set, the flush came in, and I was almost certain at least one of the other 2 players in the hand had a flush. Was getting 4-to-1 odds to hit my board pairing card, and I hit the board pairing card, the last queen in the deck. So managed to cooler some poor souls with quad queens and take down the high hand.
Yeah, and that leads us right into the promo. High hand Wednesdays. If you make the high hand each hour, comes with $300 extra, correct? $250.
400 on
400 on
Wednesdays.
Wednesday, okay.
300 on Mondays.
Up the stakes.
So come try to hit a high hand on Wednesdays.
And if you want to increase your odds of winning the high hand, come early, because just mathematically, if there's fewer players in the room, more likely your high hand will hold up. Just have to make a qualifying full house or better. I came early on a high hand day, and I had 4s full and made it almost to the bell, but
No.
I did not expect them to make it. It actually was one of those things where I never expected it to happen, but the disappointment came from the fact that it gave me hope
The
by
slow
getting
roll.
close. Yeah, I got
A guy at my table had aces full today, and it got beat with 2 seconds on the clock.
oh. Definitely its own version of a bad beat. Ace King for John. He'll raise to 175. 3-bet, in fact.
And Isaac's going to come along with the Jack-7 of hearts, the exact 2 cards that Manny won that pot against him with the pocket queens. But not such a great flop for Jack-7 of hearts on this queen-high board with 2 diamonds.
Checks over to John, who does C-bet.
I wonder if this was a redemption for the Jack-7 of hearts type hand for Isaac.
Has some work to do to gain redemption, and he'll just let it go back to Dan.
Yeah, maybe this hand is his nemesis.
Yeah, it's been his kryptonite thus far. Does have the very intimidating Triton poker hoodie on, though, the mega high stakes tournament series.
Yeah, but he's still up $94. Nothing to complain about. Raj, the big winner so far, up almost $2,000.
Here's your play styles. Manny Fresh always living in that top right quadrant. Bones, Isaac, Raj, pretty balanced thus far. Fortune continuing to be card dead, but 4 hours too long to be card dead the whole time. I'm sure we'll see him play some pots. Speaking of which, Ace Queen for the aforementioned Fortune.
I get a watch out for the W. 75.
Does make the raise to 30 and immediately 3-bet by Manny with King 10.
Yeah, he just wants to sweat.
I'll do one and one on
Very small 3-bet sizing.
Like the New York team on the left. Yeah. 200.
4-bet comes in, also on the small side.
Well, now we can look up the odds.
Manny makes the call, so 4-bet pot, but only 367 in the middle. All clubs, 10 high.
GFCWAS.
Top
Yeah.
pair for Manny.
Fortune's going to continue, but we know Manny does not like to fold top pair, even on a monotone
Gotham
board.
versus Washington.
Gonna bet 200. Can make arguments for calling or raising. Manny does just make the call. Turn
I'm
is
the
a 5 of
favorite.
diamonds. Relatively
No.
inconsequential card.
The odds on here are messed up, but Gotham's a plus
Check,
2.
check. And River is another deuce.
Your team's plus 3.5. They don't do minus for whatever reason.
Oh, it's decimal odds?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so that's what
Yeah, hard to rep anything once the turn goes check, check.
Yeah. Most likely.
Yeah, it
it's
looks
tie
like
then. They're
Fortune
more likely
going
tie
to
than
bet, and I would imagine this is going to be snapped relatively quickly by Manny. Does just that, and
Ace queen for ace.
Fortune will see the bad news.
10 for 2 pair. The 2 pair can take it. Here's your call check for 300.
Can't blame Fortune for trying to take a stab, but to your point, Amanda, obviously really doesn't matter that the story didn't add up. Manny did have top pair, but that got to ask yourself sometimes if the story is starting not to make sense, and
Yeah, I can see.
hard to represent a lot of strong hands there.
I can see a case for an overpair without a club, trying to employ some pot control on the monotone board, and once the bottom card pairs, looking for some thin value. But I don't think Manny was inclined to lay it down for that price, nor should he.
Yeah, and certainly I can't get into Fortune's head, but just speaking for myself, sometimes you're card dead like that. You're finally playing a pot with a few chips in it. Haven't really been able to drag any pots, and it's pretty tempting to go ahead and fire away when maybe you wouldn't otherwise, to try to just pick up some kind of positive momentum. Ethan, a couple of deuces, will raise to 60.
We see a deuce folded in Will's hand, but I do have to say, hitting a set with one of those bottom pocket pairs is so much fun.
Definitely my favorite spot in no limit hold'em cash games. Ace Jack 4 and middle pair for Manny. And bombs away, bets 125. Ethan gonna float here.
They're playing on a baseball field.
Type of player that also gonna play the player and the spot / range. Maybe along with the possibility of hitting a deuce, looking to take it away on later streets.
They're in a pretty big stadium.
You can see like there's the baseball field like outfield.
He's gonna call once more. And River brings in the front door flush, and
Do you know what jersey?
if he was looking to take it away, here's his takeaway River card.
The white.
Manny checks.
Oh.
And door wide open
TOC
for
is
Ethan
white, right?
to
That's what I thought.
try to purchase this hand
Oh yeah, that's right.
Dolphin
as he
is
puts
white?
in a drink or food order. Trying to do a little multitasking on the river here.
Yeah.
Just checks back.
I see Jack 10 for Jack's 10.
Manny will show the jack and take down 787.
Yeah, always fun when you're putting your opponent on the flush draw and then the flush comes in. I think that might have had something to do with it. Ethan, perhaps, again, I'm not in his head, thinking that Manny could be semi-bluffing the hearts, and then when the heart comes in on the river, you think, do I really want to bet into a flush or a strong pair that has now gone into bluff catching range?
I'm not sure he heard. You can do this before you look. I don't think he heard you.
Wait, oh, you added, oh yeah. If you had it out, you're how much was it? 15. Yeah. Seat 7 is adding 1,500. Yeah, as long as you had it out physically before I started cards. Thank you.
I feel like WNBA might be closer to NBA risk assessment.
Fortune adding on 1,500.
Raise 60.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh. I have Gotham City.
9-7 suited, my favorite non-premium hand. Don't call it my lucky hand, but my favorite non-premium. And Professor with a real premium, Ace King, makes it 325. Small pocket pair of the day, 2 4s in Manny's holding.
Fold 8, fold 9.
We'll fold to the 3-bet.
So 1 orange.
Yeah.
Fold 2, fold 5.
And gonna take it down.
Almost 2 hours.
Yeah,
right
John
there.
somewhat conspicuously stands up to see how deep Professor was, if he was
feel a
deep
little
enough
better
to
about
make the
folding.
call with a
What did?
Standing up.
big hand buster, needing some implied odds, but
Someone's on the
seemingly determines that Professor not deep enough to go ahead and make that call.
You guys got money on this? Or
Neither one of them. They just picked a game and teams, and they're in. I love it.
I know, the other sport.
Although it appears their stack's relatively even, so
This isn't World Cup, right? Like, why are they taking hydration break?
I want to know why this guy's shirt says NJY when none of these teams are from New Jersey. That's what I want to know.
2 9s for Professor. Raise comes in from the button.
Call 8.
Yeah, Professor Not had a lot to work with, but picks up a couple nice hands in a row. Gets the calls from Manny, Fresh, and Bones, and flops a set on a monotone board against Bones' top pair.
Yeah, trouble spot here developing for Bones. Top pair versus middle set. Never a good place to find yourself. Does just call the $50 bet. Professor trying to pretend to still be interested in the soccer action on the television, but not the turn card either player was looking for. 7 of spades rolls off, and river 10s, neither player with a flush on the 4 flush board.
King Jack. I've got a set.
Check, check, Professor.
Set is going to take it.
Going to show down his unfortunately unprofitable set, but no one ever went broke taking a small
King,
profit.
I was thinking of the flush. I didn't realize the
As we get a crucial update circling back to the spam and Vegemite conversation, received some insight that Vegemite essentially B vitamins and salt,
Okay, so I was
10 calories. Yeah, you were directionally
A lot of
correct.
these moves are sweet, aren't
Are
they?
totally correct, in fact. Spam, not as bad for you as you might
Oh,
think.
really?
7 grams of protein. A lot of fat, of course,
probably
16
like
grams,
waffle
but not egregiously so.
Raise 30 total.
all right.
180 calories per serving, which is about 2 slices. So you could, I'm sure AI could tell us, but it seems like you could probably live a pretty good while on just Vegemite and Spam. It may not be the most enjoyable days of your life, but I bet it'd keep you ticking for a while.
So everyone go out and buy your spam.
Yes, it keeps some for a rainy day. King, Queen, Tray, 2 clubs. Professor, pair of 3s, 2 7s. Still good for Manny. Professor is going to bet. He should have the range advantage on this board.
And shout out to Mark Collier in the chat saying we are watching. And shout out to everybody watching with Mark Collier.
Well, and you're so humble, Amanda. Specifically watching for you, Amanda, which someday
Yes.
I'll have fans.
Yes, I'm very famous. All of my fans are watching.
475 in the middle on the river. Manny's still good with his 2 7s, and gonna just go ahead and bet here. And
75.
tough to proceed here if you're Professor.
I can beat missed clubs unless you hit a 6.
Yeah, what a nice find from Manny trying to get value from a 3 or a deuce.
Cool.
Professor flicks it in, and Manny, wow, to your point, Amanda, I mean, the thinnest of value attained by Manny, and
475 from the outside.
said it earlier in the show. Not the exact example I was giving of when Manny can make a hand, he tends to get the most value, but finds a spot and able to get paid with 2 7s on a most unfavorable board. Big Sky says spam sumptuous post-apocalyptic meat.
I like that.
This seems accurate.
So once the zombies come, we'll all be running around with our spam.
Drinking Vegemite.
Raise 30 total. All 8.
Spam is all we'll be left with after the AI takeover.
Oh gosh.
2, 3 points.
Probably gives the wrong impression. I use AI probably too much. 10-8 tray, 2 hearts, and Ace-7 still ahead here for Raj. Checks through. Another heart on the turn. Ace-high still good for Raj. Checks through once again and see if somebody can find a stab here. Try to represent this River King. Manny knows he can't win with 9 high unless he bets. And he's going to overbet the pot significantly. 2x pot.
Quick folds.
Nice pickup for Manny.
Here's some good momentum. Oh, player down.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be great.
Full value. Live 20.
Raj still at the top of the leaderboard, but now joined by Manny. Both around
Oh, that's okay. Thank you.
1.7, 1.8K in profit. Ethan still throwing the party. Not much has gone right for him today as far as the runouts. A lot of coolers. Definitely playing in hard mode.
Raise from Will with Jack 10, UTG 2, and Manny makes the call from the cutoff with King 9 of clubs. Ethan going to 3-bet the Ace Queen. See if he can get some momentum here, Amanda.
Yeah, try to turn things around with this Ace of Spades, Queen of Diamonds. See if Manny gives him some action with the King 9 of clubs. He's in there.
Does make the call, and stack's already pretty shallow. Ethan with just a touch over a 1 SPR.
I did?
No longer in hard mode. Top pair
That's Rodman, though.
with the
I
queen
wish I could've
kicker.
seen it.
Yeah, always so nice when you have
live
not
sweat.
been hitting boards. Finally, you hit a flop. So I imagine he's feeling some sort of relief right now.
Intercept.
Yeah, it's funny when it can go like that. Sometimes you forget that there's a part of poker where you're betting for value and you want calls.
Easy.
And you've just been trying to make your opponents fold all day. Goes for some value here, 275 from Ethan.
Yeah, nothing on this board for Manny, so he's going to let it go. Nice pickup there for Ethan.
Yeah, and I like the chunky 3-bet size. Earns him a meaningful pot with top pair.
Yeah, oftentimes you'll see players choose that bigger size out of position. If you're playing out of position against a bunch of players, it's a bit trickier to play versus playing in position where it's a lot easier to navigate post-flop, and so you'll see smaller 3-bet sizes.
Stop giving away all the secrets, Amanda. No, it's a great point.
That is my personal secret. I'm the only one to do
You
that.
know. Wouldn't it be nice? Imagine back in the 90s when, you know, wasn't so much easy sharing of information. Players had much, much more varying styles of poker. Beauty of poker is there is still more than one recipe that leads to profitability, but with the advent of solvers, players starting to play a bit more similarly at the highest levels.
550.
Bones 3-betting the 10-4 suited from the cutoff, and Professor sniffing it out. He's got Queen Jack offsuit, and he's going to 4-bet to 550.
Yeah, really nice timing there from Professor. Manages to fold out the 3-bet bluff hand from Bones.
Thank you.
Oh, really?
Yeah, standard option there is just to fall out of love, out of position with Queen Jack offsuit and let it go. But Professor adding to his stack with the aggression there.
I think I'm leaving in the next like 30 minutes. So let me grab your
Julia joining us in the box to dish out the cards. Many thanks to Dan, always doing a great job here on stream.
Yeah. 200.
Kicking things off.
Y'all going to dirty?
Huh?
You going to dirty? 6? Might.
Yeah, what's the buyout?
Could I do a Diet Coke?
Food menu.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not on this table. Oh shit.
I'm not really trying to make money on it. I'm just trying to sweat something.
Yeah, I'll just say like, you're gonna leave.
Well, I don't know. I don't know yet. Hold on. I didn't drive here, so I think my boy wants to go.
Okay.
He's calculating the EV second by second. It's all a big advantage play.
I'll shoot when it's on.
Do want to remind everyone, 9 for 99 running every Thursday in June. Particularly if you're a cash game regular or even looking to start playing some cash, get a discount on your time. 9 hours for $99 every Thursday.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the 9 for 99
Thank you.
because why would I not want to buy hours at a cheaper hourly rate?
Goes straight to your win rate. No easier way to increase it by a few bucks as we go to our third bomb pot. As mentioned, Julia hopping in the box, a great poker player in her own right. She is a tough one to have at your table. Set of sixes here for Will on the bottom.
Yeah, Ethan, another nice bomb pot hand. The nut flush draw on the bottom, pair of aces on both boards.
Yeah, and Fortune, set of sevens as well as an open ender. Does make the call. Ethan in there with his aforementioned hand. Raj also. We'll see a turn card. Phil. Yeah, the graphic, I think it said June. It runs in July as well. And I'll venture to say probably August. But 9 for 99 on Thursdays.
And a bunch of straights came in on the turn. Nobody with the nut straights. So turn checked through. The nut flush comes in on the bottom for Ethan.
Yeah, and Raj, second nut flush. Could get him. Well, it does have the top already, so he'll be fine here. Probably thinks he has a potential scoop, at least some of the time. And that less than pot bet would suggest that he may believe he has some scoopability here.
Yeah, great check by Ethan under the gun. He's going to let Raj fire, see if anybody else calls like Fortune with the set of sevens on both boards, and I imagine there is a big check raise coming after all of the money has been put in. trying to put a hand exactly like Raj or Fortunes in a really difficult position.
Well, their cash games are states I'll never play in my life.
You never know.
Ethan with the nuts says, here's the whole pile.
And even with the second nut flush and bottom straight, which is what Raj has, it's a hard call to make. He does put in the call.
Yeah, it has enough on both boards. You don't want to get too much in the business of multi-way and bomb pots, thinking that, hey, good enough on two boards should be enough to have at least one, but it will work out here for Raj as other two opponents fold. He'll chop it up with Ethan, and a consequential profit of just over $600 for both players.
Is that like extra?
Phil asked, what are the players watching on TV? I'm almost certain we're watching soccer.
I didn't even see your nut clubs. I saw his king high clubs.
Yeah, I was wondering
Now,
if
hey,
I
now?
like I call it 5-6. I had to go that my king high clubs, so it's not good. But
Just keep the change.
I was doing a little bluff call.
Yeah.
Folding if I
Bluff call.
Yeah.
What's that say? Next act calls is either really good or really bad.
Yeah. I was like,
I like it better.
Hand number 50 as we get a bit past the halfway mark. Appreciate all of you who've hopped in the chat thus far with Amanda and I. I'm Kyle Frisbee. Of course, this is TCH Live at TCH Social in Austin, Texas. Coming to you every Wednesday night from 6 to 10 Central. Raise to 50 from Bones. He's got 9-10 in the hijack. John, with the better position of the button and an ace-10, will 3-bet to 175. And that'll just take it down.
You're the only one. They don't fold to me.
Working on it.
Here's your largest pots. That bomb pot, the most money in the middle, but probably the most consequential pot thus far was the two pair of bones versus the nut straight of Raj. 2 4s making an appearance once again, this time for John 316, and Professor Ace-3 of diamonds will 3-bet to 225. Isaac now king-queen suited. Does make the call. John as well, so 3 ways to a flop. 682 already in the middle, and top and bottom pair for Professor. Going to be well in the lead. Flush draw present. He will bet half pot. Seems unlikely Professor going to be able to squeeze more value out of this hand unless John gets a wild hair and does not.
Flop air. Worst flop ever. You probably didn't even have anything.
I don't know.
Adding on 2. Excuse me, Julia. Adding on 2.
Good 10.
Oh no, and it appears Bones away
Gonna
from
get
the
top
table
straight.
was dealt ace king, and here's an ace high board.
Switch it up. I might get the salmon today.
Unfortunate choice of break timing by Bones. As it stands, 4 ways,
I used to
checks
do it.
through to a 10 on the turn.
Like $10 tacos is gonna be the same.
Manny gonna make a small stab. Professor calls with his pair of 3s.
Hasn't come yet. I was wrong.
I put the 20 on. I think that'll fix it.
Not
He'll win at showdown, a small one.
I mean, if we're leaving in 30 minutes, chances are low, but stay post stream. It's a pretty high chance we're gonna have a big one. If you stay post stream, there's a pretty high chance we'll have a big one.
So I guess we'll stick with the food theme. What is your favorite TCH Social restaurant food choice, Amanda?
I often go with the butter chicken. It's very delicious.
Well, that's a timely answer because I believe that's what Ethan has chosen in the 3 seat there.
Okay.
Butter chicken always makes an announcement when it arrives at your table with the
Yeah.
amazing smell.
Less than the salmon, though. The salmon, I think, smells very strongly as well.
Yeah, the salmon also, I would say, pretty close to hands down the most popular dish, along with the butter chicken is up there.
What is your favorite?
Most ordered is probably the salmon, combination of deliciousness and health, a healthy option, but the butter chicken, amazing. 3 ways, ace king ahead here for Raj on 7-7-8.
You here mainly for the poker or for other things plus poker?
Checks through, another club on the turn, and Raj with the king of clubs.
Yeah, Manny making 2 pair on the turn. And king on the river. That's going to give Raj the best hand here. But Manny going to take a stab.
What's sourcing? You mean like where to manufacture? Okay.
And Raj presumably going to raise. Goes on the small side, just pumps it up to 400. Shows the 4 and flicks his cards back over to Julia. Raj will take down another pot. Shows the king.
Yeah, nice to show the king there.
Yes.
Yeah, some people advocate for never showing. I'm not fully in that camp. I would say the 2 best choices are either don't show, but my favorite choice is show if it manipulates your image to whatever you believe is your advantage, depending on the game and how you would like to be operating.
Oh, absolutely.
I wouldn't flex the lower though.
I have
It was fine. He was a big guy.
shown many a pocket kings when I raise pre-flop.
Try to get a
Trying
little
to-
respect for a light 3-bet later.
Build the image that I always have kings or better.
When I first started playing at TCH, I like to manipulate my image in the opposite fashion. I would always 3-bet 7 deuce the first time I got it and try to make sure I could show it. And then try to get a bit more value out of my stronger hands later. How effective that was, not sure. Fun strategy, though.
Yeah, I have heard some respected players talking about showing the bluff, and the guy who shows the bluff is going to have it the next few times.
Professor, pair of 9s, good at showdown versus Manny. Taking down another pot, heating up a bit.
I once played at a table with a player who was a bit tilted after I doubled through him with pocket aces. I had the pocket aces, he 3-bet pre. And a couple orbits later, I played a pot against his seat neighbor and ran a big bluff on the river. The guy thought for a long time and finally puts in the fold. And the original guy turns to him and says, "Oh, she's only betting there if she has it." And it took all of my ego not to windmill the bluff on the table, but I slid it face down into the muck. I thought I can benefit through this guy thinking I
Yeah, always
don't
have it.
have bluffs there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You chose EV over ego.
I did, but many of us poker players have to contend with a little bit of ego from time to time.
Bones will pick up a pot here with ace-10, uncontested.
You done all your playing here, or have you ventured to any other places?
Yeah, I've been falling back in love with ace-10 a little bit at these low-stakes tables just because players are playing so many ace-high hands. And so you do have to proceed with caution, but I've seen players in there with ace-6, ace-7, and realize I can actually win a pot coolering the other ace hands.
Pretty sure we all do.
Yeah, there's definitely a decent subset of 1-2 players that basically do not fold any ace within reason. Raj with a good ace, ace-queen, versus the monstrous 8-3 off of Manny.
You know who Global
King high
Global
flop.
Kenny is? Yeah. Have you played with him before?
Checks
Canadian?
through, and 10 of clubs on the river.
Okay, gotcha.
Gives a gut shot
I
to
think I remember
Raj.
that one, yeah. You played against, okay, nice. Is that kind of how it works in New York?
Manny
Is it
bets,
mainly like a
Raj will
private
just
game?
let it go. Phil's saying, I love
Like,
those
in the
guys.
city?
I believe we're referring to the play any ace folks.
They're building a Caesars. They're building a Caesars Palace.
I mean, Phil is going to enjoy anyone who's giving away free money.
I think some gambling law
Yeah,
got
we
passed
the
there 'cause
the
it wasn't legal before,
ecosystem
that's
needs
why.
the play any ace folks for sure.
My straddle period is broken, isn't it? My straddle period is broken, isn't it?
It's like the first time, actually.
I enjoy the reference to the poker room as an ecosystem. You know, TCH or the jungle. They're the same.
Yeah, I mean, My degree's in economics, you know, it's all an ecosystem, right? Nope, flush draw. Seen a lot of these tonight. This time for Bones and top pair for Raj. No piece really working here for Isaac.
Sleeping in his car in the parking lot.
Raj will call the bet, and turn is a queen of spades.
Yeah, nice turn card for Bones to keep applying pressure to really any hand that would call him on the flop. And you can see he's going full pot here, just about.
Yeah, size is up. Thing is, Raj is the type of player that he knows what this bet size is likely intended to accomplish, so fun to watch the wheels turning in Raj's seat, and he is finding the call here, still ahead with 2 9s.
Yeah, it is fun to see a hand between players like Raj and Bones, because there's this leveling war of I know that you know that I know that you know.
Yes, there is definitely that type of war happening here, and Raj checks over to Bones, and we'll see if Bones is going to give up or take another stab. Would not shock me if he goes with an overbet in this particular spot.
Yeah, he's not going to be thinking that his ace high is any sort of winning showdown value here. So he's going to put in a bet targeting really the type of holding that Raj has, something that flopped a pair on the flop, now sees many overcards. King Jack of clubs got there.
Yeah, no matter the result, this is going to have been one of the more fun poker hands. Bones not overbetting, but does go chunky, 3/4 pot. See if Raj can sniff it out. Definitely did not check the river intending to give up easily.
Do you think he calls or folds?
This is a close one, Amanda. I think wow. May have to defer to you. You have a prediction here?
It's definitely close.
It's so close.
He wants to call. I think he might find the call. He wants to call so badly. But he does fold.
Does let it go. Nice pickup for Bones.
Those are the most frustrating moments in poker, when you want to call so badly and then there's the angel on your shoulder that's saying, no, you need to stay disciplined.
Yeah, also no better feeling in poker than if you do decide to get stubborn in one of those spots and do so correctly, especially if you can make the rest of the table kind of gasp.
Yeah, I had a fun one the other day with pocket sevens on a queen high board with 3 hearts.
Got sticky and paid off.
Got sticky, thought I had the best hand, and he showed a pair of 6s with 1 heart, so 7s do in fact beat 6s.
Bet here from Manny with the open ender. Nobody with an ace, multi-way. Will has a pair of 10s that he'll send back to Julia, and Manny will pick up a pot. Stack's starting to get deep. Got several players around the 5K mark. See those orange chips, of course, in front of Raj. Those are 1Ks. Rest of the chips you all know. Blacks are 100, green 25.
Yeah,
Red
Raj,
5.
Raj still the big winner. Up over $2,000. Manny, Bones, and John also in the green. Everyone else losing. Professor finds ace queen offsuit. Opens under the gun.
Couple of trays for Ethan will make the call. And 3-bet from Will with the queen 10. Flat call from Professor. Ethan definitely getting the right implied odds to try to flop a set. So we'll go 3 ways to a flop of 6-4. Another monotone flop.
Everyone with the club, and Ethan with the straight flush draw.
Professor with the premium club that becomes the nuts with the king of clubs rolling off on the turn. Ethan still with 3% equity, needing the 5 of clubs. Will's going to be the one doing the betting with the 10 of clubs, and Professor tries to look perplexed.
Yeah, look at that Hollywooding.
Flicks in 2 black chips and see what Ethan wants to do here. He'll let it go.
Can we see a 5 of clubs on the river?
Oh,
for
don't do it to Ethan.
violence?
Would have made a straight, but obviously no good.
A set.
Oh, excuse me, a set, yeah. Knew it had to be one of those little cards next straight.
He already had a flush. He had the 3 of clubs, but Kyle, a much nicer commentator, he said, "Don't give the 5 of clubs. Don't do it to him.
Don't do it. He's trying to enjoy his butter chicken. Professor will bet and take it.
Meanwhile, I'm over here saying, "Tilt the man."
Played with Ethan a few times. Seems like a nice enough guy.
You don't want to do that to him.
Nah, I could.
Were you in New York during the?
I want
Knicks?
the poker tables I play at to be calm, but the ones I'm watching, I want maximum
Chaos.
chaos. I want someone to have top, someone to have bottom set, and the other person to have a flush draw.
Perfectly put, yeah. That is the dynamic situation. Usually materializes once or twice a stream. Ethan, 6-5 of clubs will 3-bet to 100 on the button. John with a touch better clubs and a bigger gap will make the call.
Like, I want 3 clubs right here.
Yeah, this could be some action. Pair for John and open-ender for Ethan with backdoor clubs for both.
Ethan will surely continue on this 8-high board with his open-ender.
Goes half pot.
John makes the call.
I thought, yeah, it's like, what's going on?
Oh, is this still halftime?
Turn pairs the top card on the flop. Another 8.
It's a big
John
sweat.
going to be feeling
Big sweat.
better about his pair of 7s now. If somehow Ethan did have an 8, this makes it less likely.
Ethan sizing up, over betting the pot. trying to represent overpairs to this board as the pre-flop 3-better. He has those in his range. John, knowing he's pretty much ahead of all of Ethan's non-overpair range.
Oh, there's a message in there. Ah.
It looks like he's undeterred by the overbet, possibly even counting out a raise. Doing a little inventory. Having a look at Ethan. Gonna make the call, and big pot brewing.
And it is the 9.
Wow, and Ethan getting there on the river. John has only put money in ahead thus far. If he can get away on the river here, not much more you can do. Ethan getting to jam for value, and tough spot here for John. The jam is for just about $300 over pot. I believe it's 1840 into a touch over 1500. John getting a count from Julia. Ethan, having faded the snap, now knows he is ahead.
Yeah, these are the sorts of pots that feel unfair. John made such
Yes.
a great call on the turn, able to sniff out the bluff, and the straight just comes in on the river. And now he has to try to make a great decision again.
Yeah, it's basically back-to-back phenomenal decisions on both sides of the coin here would be what's required for him really not to have made a mistake in the hand. And I couldn't agree more, Amanda. It seems unjust that he would find himself in this spot after calling the overbet with just the pair of sevens on the turn. Also why, if you want to start firing away bluffing, it's good to have some outs available as a secondary bailout plan if you're not able to get your opponent to fold. Actually, I'll correct my prior statement. Looks like it's John was 1509 effective, so I believe this is basically exactly a
Adrian,
full pot size bet from Ethan. Ethan covering John by about $300.
Let's ask our 205 viewers what they think John will do.
Yeah, a lot of you watching, put in your guess. Does he call or fold here? Only has to be right about 50% of the time to be profitable, and a fair amount of Ethan's range that he was ahead of on the turn, he's still ahead of with a pair of sevens
No, I
at this
graduated
juncture.
from
Obviously,
a month ago.
hands like Jack 10 and obviously what Ethan has do get there.
Who? Sounds familiar. Green and
Was always behind
maybe
over
black and
pairs,
green.
so
Sorry, just give me 1 minute.
looks like clock may have been called. As we see Anthony making an appearance, possibly the discussion is about something else. Yeah, clock has been called. He has had a pretty adequate amount of time. It is a big decision.
Did he call clock or?
Someone else did.
Okay.
Clock's running.
30 seconds.
30-second countdown has begun. What do you think, Amanda? I think he may just go ahead and call.
It's hard to call.
Does let it
turn,
go
but he
correctly, so
folds. Wow.
Unfortunate to lose a big pot when you basically make no mistake. And Ethan gonna scoop a nice one.
Yeah, really well played hand by both players
Completely
there.
agree.
Got him. Got him. Oh.
But much harder to call the turn and then fold the river. That requires huge amounts of discipline.
Hero call.
I had a 7.
I also had a 7.
Well, John can be proud of how he played it when he watches it back. And Ethan, as you had mentioned, had been playing on hard mode and could argue that most of that hand was hard mode as well until he got there on the river, and brings him to just back around even for the evening.
Yeah, always feels nice when you've spent the evening in the hole and then win a big hand to get closer to even. We see a Jack 9 deuce flop. Bones with the nut flush draw. Will with top pair and a very good kicker. Nothing for Manny on this board.
I had a straight.
You had a straight. Oh, I should have just jammed the turn. No.
You let him get there. Rookie mistake. I was jamming everywhere.
Jamming all over pairs there. That's the only reason I was like, what is he gonna stack off for that much with a single pair?
Will gonna win that pot with his pair of jacks.
How many minutes
Two
are in a
pair,
soccer game?
jacks and nines.
Goddamn eternity.
Huh?
Goddamn eternity.
Okay. Does anyone know the actual answer?
I mean, it's usually 90.
They've never stopped the clock, so they just add for injury.
And thanks to everyone who's been hanging out with us. We are TCH Social in Austin, Texas,
They
playing
stopped the
some
clock during that
2-5 no
eternal
limit.
Halftime.
We'll be on for just about another hour until around 10
It's a big
p.m.
game for
Central.
them. I think we just bet on the Super Bowl, if I'm going to be honest. Unknowingly.
Raj gonna open up this pot with a pair of deuces. Manny in there with ace 5 offsuit and Bones with ace 7 in the straddle. And Raj is going to flop a set, hoping somebody else has caught a piece of this board, and Manny is going to try to continue and maybe steal this pot on a later street.
So since we're having a laugh about sports,
Queen
and all
on
the
the
sports
turn.
things that are going on right now, is anyone
Manny checks it
else
over.
paying attention to the Tour de France at all?
No.
I didn't even know that was going on.
Yeah, it's always July. The guy who's winning it is probably the greatest cyclist ever.
Just around half pot, it looks like, from Raj.
No, he's long retired. No, Tadej Pogacar from Slovenia. The guy is just an animal.
Is it still just a race to see who can get the best blood?
Not like it was. I mean, you always have to, everything's a lot tighter, and You never know
And
for
Manny
sure,
folds
but
the ace high.
it's not like it was during the Armstrong era where they were all undoubtedly.
I actually saw a video of them handing off the water bottles. I think it was from the Tour de France. Have you seen this? They hand off the water bottles and they hold on to it for like 30 seconds. It's like from a car. And they hold hands to get the extra speed boost.
Right. So on climbs you do that, right? To get an extra 20 seconds or so. It's a well-known thing. And as long as you don't overdo it, it's kind of like allowed.
Isaac,
I mean, if
ace
everybody
king
does. Yeah,
under
it's
the gun.
like sort of a subculture
He's going to raise
thing.
it to 35.
Because they don't want to climb up the hill by themselves.
I mean, they just
Will calls with pocket
they go on
fours.
4 Alpine passes in one day sometimes, so they can get 10 seconds of relief or so about it.
Maybe, I mean, yeah.
Manny in the
That'll
straddle
handle anyway,
with
so it makes sense you'd
10-9 offsuit.
Okay.
I felt like I had to read. On the
And
turn.
ace 10-7, two clubs.
Sizing. I was
Isaac
gonna
top pair,
check
top
raise
kicker.
you,
Manny
sizing
with
was
second pair.
pretty massive.
Yeah. I'm just trying to set SPR up to its jam on
Check from Isaac. Little bit of deception there, seeing if either of his opponents will take the bait. Manny does bet his 10 on the turn, but Isaac turned two pair, so he's definitely not going anywhere.
Can you mention that? Because I listened to not an entire podcast, but kind of like an interview.
That's valid, yeah.
Two guys in good position to talk about doping. We're talking about, is it happening? Is
Got
it not
another
in the
pair of
modern era?
fours.
And the one guy made a point that I hadn't even thought about, which is this guy who I just said is so good. He's doing something almost
Top
no
two
one
still good on the
done
river for
before, which is
Isaac.
He's winning all year. And this guy is like, I think that's good evidence that this guy is not systematic.
Gonna go for some value.
Because normally what they would do is partly that, and also like when they
Should
were
at this
heavily
point be
relying on
piecing
blood
together
boosting,
what
they would
types of
have
hands
to sort of
he's
be
targeting,
unreachable 'cause they didn't
and
want anyone
determining his
checking
bet
on them.
size, which
And they'd have to, dope and
will be
train,
forthcoming.
and then come to the race where they knew they'd be tested. They had to sort of, be coming off so they weren't positive. And so you'd get these guys who would be good for like one time of the year or maybe 2 times of the year.
Yeah,
And then you
he
wouldn't
goes
see
with
them
a
otherwise.
pretty large
This guy's
overbet
been
here.
winning all season.
750 into 560.
Of course. Yeah.
Telling Manny he either has a very strong hand or a
Morphology,
bluff.
everything,
Yeah, it makes a ton of sense because any ace is aces and sevens with the king kicker, so a lot of aces are going to call there and be seeing the bad news, but unfortunately for him, Manny with just a pair of tens will lay it down. I like the overbet, perfectly pieced together, just didn't happen to be what Manny had in that spot.
I mean, for a while they couldn't detect EPO. Then they got able to detect it, and then guys started microdosing. And then when that wasn't, when that was too dangerous, they shifted to blood boosting. So they're always looking for something.
Race to 30 by Fortune with 2 sevens.
Interesting.
He tested positive for drugs?
Gets a call for Manny. King 4-9, a 4
So,
present
like,
for
pretty
Manny.
safe.
He'll bet $50.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Mr.
Fortune will
Charisma.
make the call. And trip fours for Manny on the turn, and the misfortune continuing for seat 7.
Hidden motors.
Good one.
The tech is so good that it is possible to
I think
hide.
I give the
small
edge to the earlier segue,
So
but
they test for that.
you
They
know.
scan the, they do a bunch of stuff, but there are
thank you.
there have been. there's
And
one
it's
person
so
got
hard
caught
to
for
put
it.
Manny on trips in any
And,
hand because his range is
2 or 3 or 4
anything.
videos out there of,
The
like, a
flush
guy
does
taking
come
a
in on the
spill
river,
rear wheel, like,
which
like,
could either slow Manny down or
yeah, people are always looking
let
for the
Fortune
way.
get away.
Yeah, and Manny can be very wide, but you know the thing to remind yourself when playing against loose aggressive players is they get as many premium hands as everybody else. Fortune not in a favorable spot here, facing a half pot bet.
We both had clubs too.
And he didn't get paid out. Yeah.
Lets it go. Manny will show him the 4.
That was a pretty good flop, man. Yeah. Put a clubhouse on him.
I'll never fold it.
It's like a.
Yeah, there's like no world.
Just jamming.
Ace King for Raj. He's going to raise to 30.
Yeah.
Yeah, something about like balance or something.
Oh, he's got a good shot on goal.
First in the game.
Oh, no, that was the goalie.
Ace King for Raj is going to 4-bet. 425. Manny, a couple of Broadway cards and the button will make the call.
I haven't seen mine.
I don't know the names of the characters. Oh, okay.
900 in the middle, heads up to an 8-high rainbow board.
Yeah, not really the board either player was hoping for.
Yeah, particularly Raj. Manny, this is much more favoring his range. Of course, Raj can represent all the overpairs with his uncapped range. And is going to go ahead and continue here for 500.
Broom pointing out that we may have misspoke last hand, in a half pot bet instead of an over bet, so we've reached our mistake allotment. No more mistakes.
Oh, the 450 was accounted for when I saw pot size. You know, if
No-
that's my worst mistake tonight, then I'll take it.
No more for you.
No more.
That's probably my last hand.
We did offer the nutrition facts of both Spam and Vegemite tonight, so hopefully that makes up for it. It has to have some value, right, Amanda?
Yeah, but I don't know if Broom was here when we talked about
Oh, true.
Spam and Vegemite.
Yeah. Well, have to rewind and rewatch the stream. Give us a subscribe and a like. We don't beg for it too often, but we do appreciate it if you could click those 2 buttons.
Can I get a rack?
Manny with a raise to 125, and Isaac waking up with a couple of queens in the small blind.
Straddle, or he straddled to 20.
He played a pot with pocket queens against Manny before,
Getting outta
the
here.
Jack 7 of hearts. So maybe it was not the Jack 7 of hearts that needed redemption. Perhaps it was the pocket queens.
Gonna go for some redemption here, and he'll start things off with a 3-bet. Looks like Will packing it up to, it sounded like maybe go downtown with some friends. We will be filling that seat in a few minutes.
And John 316 with pocket jacks. Really an awkward spot, but we've talked about this late versus late, open and 3-bet, and John might just attack a wider range and go
he
all in
rips
here.
it.
Yeah.
Dante saying he subscribed. Thanks, Dante. Dante, of course, a regular on the stream. You know him with the
Stadium.
cool straight beard that recently was trimmed. And back to the action, though. We've got Queens versus Jackson and all in. And
Manny gonna think a little bit, probably let the 8 high go.
Manny's 1370.
Yeah, he's out of there.
1370, yep.
And I think this is going to be a fairly quick call.
Yeah, it does make the call. Probably not certain he is ahead all the time here, even with queens, given the strength of John's jam, but is going to be delighted to see the news. We're going to run it twice. Looking for a jack or some straightening or flush cards, both suits live. Not going to help on the first board. Isaac assured half of this pot. Needing an 8 or a jack does not come, and Isaac going to scoop 28.95 and got the redemption you mentioned, Amanda. With
nice
queens.
pot for Isaac. Worth noting, had it been Isaac and Manny heads up, once again Manny would have flopped a flush draw on an ace-high board against the pocket queens. So it would have been interesting to see how that played out, but
if John doesn't wake up with the jacks.
Yeah.
I think they're in New York.
Yeah, then Manny's
New
in there
York
with the
signage
8-3 of spades.
on the outer.
What's the Mets field?
I don't know that kind of stuff.
What city field?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Might be.
I'm pretty sure this is like just the place where the
John adds on 3K, and he
Want like a bit of everything.
back to business.
Stadium for sure there's foul balls.
Yeah, I have to remember which one this is. Oh yeah, it's City Field, I think.
That's the name of the baseball team, the Mets?
At City Field?
Is that City Field? I mean, there's city signs, but it's probably the Mets. Chase Field.
It's 50 to you.
It's on me.
Yeah.
Race 50.
I fold. It's
Yeah, give me
100, 2, 3, 4.
Heads up to an ace-high board. Manny with top pair versus 10 tray of Raj. See how interested Raj is in this pot. Manny bets 50. Raj not that interested. He'll let it go. Question in the chat from the Triad Dog Group. This is Austin. TCH Social at Anderson Mill and 183 in North Austin. Kyle Frisbee, Amanda Chang with you tonight. About another hour left. Haven't had a ton of the massive coolers that can be fun. You know, as you mentioned, Amanda, we watch streams to see a little bit of blood, but we've seen a lot of interesting poker thus far. Hope all of you have been enjoying it as much as we have. Another question from the dog group is, how often do y'all stream? Once a week on Wednesdays, 6 to 10, but we do have special events coming to you guys with the summer series. We'll have some final tables coming up. Next up is the 1K High Roller next Wednesday, which will replace the cash stream. So if you love tournament final tables and presumably some higher level of poker with the High Roller event, tune into that next week. Flopped nuts for Isaac, and he's being bet into by 2 sevens and an open ender of Ethan. Isaac having just stacked John 316, and Ethan just gets away from the sevens. Isaac generously showing the nuts.
The nuts. I was like, if you got a set, let's run it. Deal the cards.
Yeah, a little insight there from Isaac. He played that one pretty fast, thought that Ethan has some sets there and was just trying to go ahead and get the money in, but Ethan with just the under pair and open ender, the less favorable end of the open ender, lets it go.
I usually get that I don't look like I'm independent.
Race to 60 by Ethan. Gets a call from Manny with ace-9 and gut shot for Ethan on queen 6-7, 2 hearts. 10 on the turn gives Ethan the best hand. Manny will do the betting, however. Overbets the pot. Ethan not going to be folding his pair. River is a jack. And Ethan going to, or excuse me, Manny going to keep firing, and that jack not favorable for Ethan.
Yeah, nice find from Manny. I don't know if it'll work, but it's a good play to put the pressure on a hand, just like what Ethan has.
You don't like this?
Makes the call. Manny gets paid, as he often does with his value hands. 1537 headed his way from Julia as she pushes the pot.
Ethan gets paid.
Pardon me. Had it backwards. Mistake number 2.
I'm telling.
Somebody got paid. It was other side of the table. Nice call by Ethan. Broom, I know.
Anthony, this your playlist? This your playlist?
My excuse is I was looking to see how many live viewers we were and then look back to the action, but it happens.
Race to 60.
Race to 60 by Raj. Said the graphic, but Professor takes down the pot with King Jack suited.
We haven't done a bomb pot in a while.
Professor up 331. Raj winning the most, up 2,600. Isaac now cracking the 2K mark after the big pot versus the Jacks of John with his ladies.
Wait, what? Oh, sorry. I didn't think you were dealing him in because he was out.
As mentioned, seat 5 will be reassumed in a few minutes by a new player.
Eight, 7 of diamonds for Isaac.
I know I'll get one customer.
I like that hand a lot. It's very pretty.
Race to 80.
Never mind.
Manny
I don't
gonna
think he wants me as a
3-bet with Queen Jack offsuit.
Yeah, continuing with the small 3-bet sizes.
Okay. All right, guys. Have fun.
Bones, Ace Jack says 80 is not enough. He will raise it up to 280.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
cold
just wanna
4-bet with Ace Jack offsuit. I like it, and especially if Manny is 3-betting light sometimes, like with this Queen Jack offsuit.
Bones plays it friendly, shows the Ace Jack.
He left, so I bought out for 50.
Oh, okay. So you're just taking like just who wins? Like just what were you guys
I
betting?
think your button.
Oh, you're coming?
I was just 10.
I'm adding a thousand. This is a live stream right now.
Yeah, I just paid him out. If that was for 200, I paid out.
I'm just saying you guys just had the winner. That was like
Yeah.
what you guys bet on. It's on this side.
Three players.
Bunch of speculative holdings here.
Yeah, a limped pot, which has been a rarity.
Bottom
And
pair for Bones.
2 8s good at the moment for the man in the 9 seat. Isaac will bet his gut shot with the Jack 7. Bones checks to Isaac, who will continue putting some pressure on, and it'll be good enough to take down a small pop, but those do add up to, particularly if you're a player that tracks your hourly, those, you know, another $80 added on for this hour for Isaac, and brings up the point that I always like to make. If you do not track your results with a reliable source, a lot of free apps out there. I use a paid one, very inexpensive on an annual basis.
Bring your hand around there. He was like, "Is that like a good luck charm?"
I thought you were like, so like,
is that why?
Tough to manage it if you can't measure it, so recommend if you don't track
Careful with that. I'm afraid I'm gonna instinct.
and you're taking poker seriously, start to do so.
Like pushing the cards forward.
Yeah, it's like, you know, like right now or when it's my turn.
I'm afraid like when I like move them, one of them's gonna like pop up and like expose it.
What if I have a day job and I want to be a whale?
This kid like superstitious. He like.
Then
Dude, these Asians, man.
buy as many hours on 9 for $99 on Thursdays and come play.
Mike to the bathroom, bro. It's like,
You're welcome as well.
Advertising there for PLS.
Middle pair here for Manny.
Cosmetics line that was founded
Bets and
by
takes it.
Kelly Winterhalter, who used to play on Poker Night.
I saw an
in America.
Instagram story from
sure.
a professional poker player recently, and she said, "My goal in poker, ultimately, it's not to be a high stakes tournament player. I just want to make a ton of money and then be a whale."
That's true. Well, if you can be a whale with your poker winnings, then I would say go for it. If you own multiple businesses and it's just for fun, whale away.
You'll be so popular.
Second to last bomb pot, quarter from each player. Of course, double board PLO, as you probably all know by this juncture.
I don't really want to look at that. Either. I don't really want to look at that.
John betting with a wrap on the top and a low flush draw on the bottom, along with top pair of 9s. The Jack 9 straight does come in for both John and Raj. Raj also turns 8s full of 9s.
Yeah, John making some big hands in bomb pots, or excuse me, Raj making some big hands in bomb pots tonight. Beautiful spot, boat and straight.
And is being bet into by John, who has only the straight.
Manny behind as well, and yeah, only path forward is to flat here, as Raj does. Manny folds, so heads up to a river. Queen pairs the top board, and Jack is going to give Raj a better boat on bottom. And it looks like we have a 3/4 situation. Raj pots it.
God, not again.
Well said, John. He says, not again. Not long ago was cooler Jacks versus Queens of Isaac, and now if he puts this 1,800 in, only half will come back, or less than half will come back.
Yeah, the saving grace here is that he does get scooped by queen 10. So if he can put his opponent on queen 10, he might be able to find this fold.
Appears to be leaning fold. Does lay it down. Nice fold by John, and Raj picking up another nice spot and over 7K in his stack.
Yeah, John thinks that was a really bad river, but it did save him, the queen on the top, because he was about to get quartered.
You're getting quartered. Good job.
You have jack 9-8.
Raj now up 3,700. And it seemed inevitable. He hasn't had any monstrous streams that of late that I can recall, but has played well, found spots, eked out on the smaller side of profits. But once a little variance went in his direction, he is taking full advantage.
Yeah, raise from Manny here with ace 10 of diamonds. Isaac with slightly lower diamonds. He's going to 3-bet.
$300.
Do you know if women play with the same size ball as the men, or is it slightly smaller? I don't know either.
Professor with a soccer question. If the men and women play with the same size ball, I believe they do. Do you know the answer to this one,
I
Amanda?
don't.
I know the basketball is different size, but
But I heard the first half of that question. And I thought it was going to be a poker question. I was very intrigued.
probably fortunately about soccer. Isaac betting 250 on this queen high
Oh, dear.
9-9 board.
Do women play with the same chips or are they pink?
Maybe some tournaments.
No, the
Yes,
clock.
the same size.
Oh,
Everybody 13 years and older, both women and men,
Every ladies event has to have a pink clock.
conference
double paired board. Manny good here with his ace high.
400.
Isaac betting about 35 or so percent pot. Manny just lets it go. Nice aggression by Isaac. Picks it up with the worst of it. Isaac putting together a nice session, up 2,500.
All right, I think we're ready to try that.
Yeah, nice couple orbits for Isaac.
Uh,
I think last time we checked in,
want
he
some pop
was
finally.
up somewhere between $0 and $100. So, is that correct? I don't know. Nice win nonetheless. Manny raising it up with King 8 offsuit. Raj and Professor in there with some offsuit Broadway cards as well. And 5, 6, 9 flop. Gut shot for Manny. He's going to bet it.
Can't.
And that clears out the other two hands.
Thank you.
it'll just be one song. They just shut it off.
Yeah, that is crazy. I didn't even process that we're playing music right now.
Yeah, I guess that's talking about shit.
You embarrass him.
Now you want to play this? Now I gotta ask him to send me the playlist when I drive home.
3 players.
Trips for Manny.
Now would be more appropriate to say he gets paid with his value hands than previous. Bets 25. John comes along with Jack 7 of clubs.
Turns a gutter.
What's up? How long have we been playing?
Can check. Started at 5:45.
Oh.
Like 6. It's 9:10. Playing for like 3 hours.
3 hours.
Betson takes it. Ethan, with your pretty hand, Amanda, 6-5 suited, will raise the button. Professor, King Queen is going to generate a 3-bet of 275.
Yeah, 6-5 suited is a decent hand to defend against the 3-bet. If the board comes low, you have some coverage with a hand that can also make straights and flushes, but Professor been pretty snug, so Ethan is just going to let that one go.
We're still coming up.
$20 straddle on from Bones and folds around to the button. Looks like Raj has a hand he would like to play, and that's
60.
in the form of the ace king. He'll make it 60.
Raise to 60.
Get more.
And what you're just in for? How much are you in for? 3.5.
Manny makes the call.
I'm in for the same.
Gonna see if
I
he
think
can
he's up the
crack
most.
the ace king with 6-4 of diamonds.
Oh well. I played earlier.
And not very much for 6-4 of diamonds on this king high board.
Count that.
Manny just check folds.
Raised to 35 by Ethan with a suited king, and Raj 3-betting pair of 6s from the cutoff. Manny makes the call with ace-7 off. Bones loves these squeeze spots. Instead, he has a hand that likes to see flops. Jack 10 of clubs. He'll make the call.
I don't know if I'd be able to sleep tonight.
That
Four
brings in
ways.
Ethan, yeah.
400 in the middle. Pretty nice flop for the Jack 10 of clubs. Queen 8-5.
And the King 3 of clubs.
Yeah.
Could see some fireworks here.
Bones definitely preferring the 9 over the club. Cannot know that, however, and bets 200, half pot.
Kenny, can you go in the live stream room and tell him my headset is it's gonna die?
Ethan makes the call.
Heads up.
Manny out of there, and
It is a
action
club.
turn. Does pair the board, but Ethan now with the dominating flush. Bones bets 350, and how does Ethan want to proceed?
He makes the call.
Goes the flat route, and to a river we go. Seven of diamonds.
It is a brick. And this was a 3-bet pot pre-flop. So you think we probably would have heard from pocket queens. So Ethan's beat by pocket 8s, maybe, and the ace high club draw. So he's got to be feeling pretty good about his flush. He goes small for value, probably targeting a queen or a trip 8, gets snapped by Bones.
Yeah, and don't want to overlook the fact, Bones, of course, snapping off the small bet, but he definitely sensed out he could be behind some of the time with that river check and manages to get away for what could be argued to be closer to the minimum.
Yeah, nice restraint from Bones.
Not targeting.
You weren't targeting a flush? Yeah. Like targeting a queen or something? Yeah. That's fair. Yeah, him checking
Ethan
twice
now
is hard enough
up
against a flush.
1,300.
Oh, just check once.
Well, he checked turn. Didn't he? No? Oh, he bet turn, he called. Oh. Never mind.
Way ahead or I'm dead.
Yeah, never mind. I thought he checked turn.
Battle 20.
Race to 75 by Manny with the ace-8 of clubs. John makes the call with the inferior 7-4 of clubs.
And 2 clubs again.
Queen, queen, 10. Both players with the flush draw. Manny will lead out. Full pot. Just a shade under. John makes the call. To a turn we go. And flush over flush. Two hands in a row. Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty neat sequence. Had a pretty cool passing sequence.
465 in the middle. And Manny with the check mark. Goes very small. Quarter pot.
Good shot.
And Manny, known for his big sizings, puts out a tiny bet to try to induce a raise. John just makes the call, and Brick River surely is going to cost John some chips.
Yeah, and given his opponent, depending on what Manny bets here, could even find himself in the situation where he's enticed to raise. See if Manny sizes up here after being called on turn. Looks like we now went pretty close to pot. 600. What does John want to do here? May feel he's under-repped his flush as well with the flat call of the small bet on the turn. He rips it. And Manny gonna think about it for a moment here, but presumably gonna find the call and gonna be a large pot.
1855.
Has the best flush, only worried about full houses, and he makes the call. And John gonna be felted again. 43.75 headed to Manny.
Yeah, really unfortunate for John.
I didn't need it. I didn't need it.
Manny now in the winner's circle, up 869. And looks like
Oh, that's it for me. Thank you guys. Have a good night.
Again.
that'll be it for John. Good to have him on stream. Hopefully we'll have him back in the future. Played a decent amount of tonight on hard mode, as you put it, Amanda. So tough when you arrive with flush over flush versus one of the most loose aggressive players at the table.
Yeah, thanks to everyone, again, who's been hanging out with us. We are at TCH Austin, TCH Social in Austin, and this is 2-5 on a Wednesday night. I'm Amanda Chang. This is Kyle Frisbee.
Yeah, good to have all of you with us. For only the second time, I'll ask. Hit the like, subscribe. We're back every Wednesday, 6 to 10. Next Wednesday, a special event with the final table of the Summer Series High Roller, a 1K buy-in tournament. Bones, Ace-King suited, will 3-bet to 300 over the top of a raise and a call by Fortune and Manny. Fortune folds, and Manny will choose how to proceed, and fold is the choice.
Oh, on the button? You're not taking a flop in position?
This guy plays his first hand in an hour. And he's like,
good.
I'm
He's good.
no
I know
respect
he's
for a
good.
3-bet immediate.
I mean, he 5-bet. I mean, you made it what, 30 or 60? Yeah, he made 300.
Oh, on the button? Oh,
No, he small
the small one. Okay.
Manny giving a very nice indirect compliment to Bones. Said, not versus him.
I don't know what it says about me, but I'm taking a flop on the button with that hand every time.
He's coming for you.
I don't really care for that. King 9? Yeah, King 9, I'm in there.
I'd rather have 6-5 diamonds at King 9. Maybe I'm doing this wrong.
Yeah, King 9, I play it, but I'm not playing.
Amanda, all right.
I understand.
You don't deviate from the system.
I understand.
Manny limps the 8-5 suited.
Option.
125.
And Professor waking up with pocket
I know
kings
now
in the
king
double
nine's in
straddle.
range. 6-5 ain't the king nine.
Raises and gets
Nine's in range.
insta-called by Manny,
Yeah, that's the hand I called you before.
who will have position.
Oh.
He has ace, strong ace, too. The ace came
I
out
didn't have
top.
an ace that hand, but I'm always betting not.
Wow, and a flopped boat for Professor and 2 diamonds on board for Manny. This could get spicy.
Both dealers tonight really bringing
Any
the
particular
heat
reason,
as
or
far as
just-
the flops go.
Yeah, and tiny bet by Professor gets a call from Manny.
You can flop, sir.
Much to his delight. Turn is a 6 of
If you
spades.
think hard enough, you can.
Check, check. Professor going to try to let Manny catch up a bit. And another ace on the river. Professor still with the effective
So,
nuts. And checks and gets Manny to put
I'm
a
about
few
to
more
lose
chips in the
king's four
pot.
here. I think I'm about to lose the king's full.
Oh, wow. We're not raising now.
Oh, yuck. All right.
Professor worried about quad aces. He just calls.
You can even play the aces.
All right.
He's handicapping himself.
Actually do have to say, really no point in raising because you're not getting called by anything other than an ace. You have all the... So,
Yeah.
I mean,
Are they gonna get like
kind of have to chuckle and just flick it in.
We're just too intimidating. They just don't want to go.
Yeah, only 1 king left that's not on the board, so
Do you want to do? I'll play.
less enticing to try to fold out a chop.
Simple.
Ben?
$6.50.
Oh,
Many
really?
years ago, I dated a dealer here for that Christmas party I came in and dealt.
Raise 200.
Raised to 50 by Manny, and Ethan 3-betting his ace-queen suited
Came in and dealt.
Good luck. Good luck.
from the small blind. Quick call from Manny. Both players pretty deep, about 4K effective, going to an ace-7-7 flop.
Yeah.
Ethan
How did it go?
well ahead.
How did that go?
Nice flop for Ethan.
well.
Not much of anything for Manny.
On the river, I let them sweat it. They were all in.
Would have been 155.
As a player,
Sprinkles 155, and that's too big of a sprinkle for Manny. Ethan will take down just a small pot. It's all about perspective, though. You could go have a pretty nice steak dinner in Austin, Texas for the size of that pot, so not lost on me.
I
Just
can't
try
argue.
to be considerate. Don't
I
shit
can't,
on
I can't
his,
argue with that. That's some sound logic right there.
To be fair, I have been reaching over really far to grab yours.
Oh shit.
Yeah, maybe,
Don't make me.
maybe
Alright, now I feel bad. Whoa.
Maybe give it a
Okay,
shot,
I'm
bud.
sorry. Hold on. There you go. Hold on.
I'll raise 75.
Raj, couple of tens. He's been
I'm gonna put my blind down on the yellow.
a little quiet of late. Makes it 75.
75, yeah.
Manny makes the call with another 8-6 of diamonds.
Ethan? The guy,
And a monotone flop, all hearts, 9 high.
whatever his name was,
I
he kept like going all in and like whispering it and like putting like one chip out here. So he's like,
Raj bets 50.
I can like understand like when I announce it, I'm not like very
And
loud with it, but I always make sure I have
Open ender for Manny.
yeah, like
Not particularly attractive on a monotone flop, but he does make the call.
I see some crazy like all-in maneuvers over the years, man. That's definitely one of them for sure.
you see the one at WSFD where the girl.
Raj sizes up to about
Yeah,
80% pot.
It's crazy.
Which way do you think it was honest or an angle?
Angle 100%.
I mean, the people around her seemed like it was.
Manny calls, and another heart on the river.
I don't know.
I mean, she had like an accent, right?
Quick
Yeah.
check from Raj, and Manny going to turn his hand into a bluff.
Big bet, 600.
She did correct herself immediately.
No, she didn't correct herself immediately, and she just
Well,
said
it was
one
always a
word.
bluff with the missed draw,
Which is
and
fair,
good enough
right?
to
Like,
take down the pot. Nicely played by Manny.
also, if you're the guy, don't just like
Don't
flip
flip
your
your
hand
hand
over.
over.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was stupid.
The player's
Pretty sure I
talking
always
about
see a
the
chip go in the middle before
WSOP
it-
hand where a player said count and the dealer announced call,
It's hard to
and the other
Oh.
player flipped
be,
over
like,
his
I'm so
hand.
conditioned to like fast roll the nuts,
Yeah.
and then but like
What was the
doesn't hurt to,
end
like,
ruling? I missed
someone
that
get
one.
upset because you took a second and a half to like flip the cards. over
Well,
and
the player said count, and she did correct the dealer and said, no, I said count, but the player immediately turned his cards over. And even when the floor came over, the player said, no, she said count. So the hand proceeded. She saw
With
his
the exposed cards?
with the exposed pocket aces. So she was able to fold. She said that it was, I think, a 5-bet pot. She had ace king,
Oh, wow.
and he had pocket aces, and she obviously folded to the 6-bet jam, I believe it was, if I remember correctly. But there was some discussion about whether it was an angle or a mistake.
If I have that hand, I'm getting stacked with my opponent's
What is
stack.
your opinion on the possibility of an angle?
I do think it was a mistake.
Yeah.
I think they're all playing for a lot of money, and to just say count seems fairly reasonable.
Yeah.
So
Can certainly see the point of view of the other player count pretty close to call in terms of depending on
yeah.
a lot of factors.
Yeah,
Ambient noise,
she did have
accents,
an
all sorts of
accent,
things.
yes.
Yeah.
So I think I heard one of the players on this table saying maybe the moral is to give people the benefit of the doubt. I think we're all really seasoned to be quite jaded, but things generally go smoother when we give people the benefit of the doubt.
I would agree. Bones going to take one down with a 3-bet.
10-5 is basically jack.
Definitely appreciate all of you watching live tonight and in the future on YouTube.
35.
Kyle Frisbee, Amanda Chang with you. We'll be with you till just a bit after the 10 o'clock hour. Hop in the chat. We've talked about everything from spam to ice cream flavors.
Can I use the cookie if you're in the hand? No, okay. I'm gonna
3-bet to
I timed
150
out.
by
I didn't
Fortune.
think-
He's
I
got a
didn't think
suited
so, but I needed to know.
connector. It's a call from Ethan. We've had a lot of shared suits and pretty nice flop for the 9-8. 6-7 deuce. Fortune has been pretty spot dead all night, and bet 75 gets a call from Ethan. Turn is the 3 of spades. 4-5 does now get there.
Yeah. Would like to see a second barrel here. I think it'll get it done.
I feel like the sticks are easier to bet.
Yeah, quick fold from Ethan.
Nice pick up there for Fortune.
Looks like the guy on the red's gonna win.
Yeah, I haven't got to see a lot of Fortune at work, but he just really, as I said, people often talk about card dead, but spot dead I think is more important. You can have all the starting hands you want, but if you don't find yourself in favorable spots, can be a bit of a struggle.
I wonder if the bands are playing.
Of course, not lost on me that you can create favorable spots for yourself as well, so can't be complacent either. Manny going to raise Queen Jack from the button, and Isaac makes the call with Ace 10 suited. Raj, Ace King, And before I could say it, the 3-bet comes in, 500, and Raj always picking some of these chunkier sizes with his 3-bets.
500.
You can tell, even with Queen Jack offsuit, Manny wants to be in every single pot, but he does find the fold. Isaac may float here. Problem with ace-10 suited is you're dominated a lot.
Yeah, and out of position against a strong player, which I don't know how much history Isaac and Raj may have, but see what he determines here is the best path forward. Does choose to let it go and does so with the worst of it. Raj picks up a small pot.
Value bet? Is it value bet?
Raj now up over $3,000. Top of the leaderboard. Isaac, Ethan, Professor, and Manny all in the green as well. Bones and Fortune
No, I mean, I didn't have 5-6. I'm
losing.
saying you.
We had a couple other players who
Saying you 4-bet with 5-6.
either had to leave or
5-6
ran out of chips.
5-6 I call.
100.
Ace King going around the table. Bones on the button with the AK. Bones with, or excuse me, Manny fresh with 8-6 of diamonds, I believe, for the third time. Exact suits. Or suit, I should say. And
we
lets
see
it go.
the respect for Bones once again.
$300 or like?
Manny just not trying to tango with Bones.
After that, he said, "Oh, it's not too bad." So I assume it's over $1,000, most likely.
Which is perfectly understandable. I definitely have players at the table when I sit down where I think I'm not going to try to get into crazy pots against these players. If it happens, it happens. But
I'll stake him.
Yeah, you mentioned ego earlier in the show, and yeah, important if, let's say you're at a table and there's only one player that you believe to be better than yourself, probably not the person to put yourself in tough spots against, although your ego may sometimes get in the way.
He knows what he likes, though.
Offsuit King 9 only.
At the same time, something to be said for challenging yourself against tougher players in lineups. Certainly part of the path to growing as a player.
I like to sit down and be the worst player at the table.
Yeah, exactly.
Then there's nothing, nowhere to go but up.
just learn all the hard lessons at once.
I can only be pleasantly surprised.
That is 65. 65.
Ethan raising on the button with the
Dunk into me again?
3 deuce suited.
That's called.
The clean diaper, as they say, I believe.
That was the pause. And turns a flush draw. Manny with a gut shot and the betting lead.
Two pair
Rivers,
for
two
Ethan.
pair.
Manny with just 10 high. Checks it over. Ethan going to try to get some value that will not come his way, but the pot will. like we'll have a new player joining us in seat 5 for the last few minutes of the show. If you're interested in joining one of the future lineups, reach out to me on Instagram. It is KWFRISBIE, Frisbee.
I'm confused. Is this
That's
guy
how
playing for less than 1,000?
basically this entire lineup found their way to the table. Just shoot me a message on there. Happy to have new players on, of course. Manny, couple of 9s. Will 3-bet. 285 is the raise. Goes with a chunkier 3-bet sizing this time. He's had some min-click sizings early in the stream. Raj with a couple of 3s. Makes the call. Always fun to watch these two go heads up. King Jack 7 and going to be playing some street poker now. Manny with the Insta C bet, and Raj will smile and fold. Manny shows just a 9.
It's a lock always.
And you hear the players. Manny's been playing King 9, so when he showed the 9, they all just put him on King 9. As Kyle previously mentioned.
And it seems to happen once a stream as we get later in, but if you look at the board at the bottom, someone always points out, how could the players be up that much money and nobody down an equal number? Well, it's because a couple of folks have been felted.
30.
Well, Raj, for you, anything. Of course, Raj. For you, anything. Check. Check.
Raised to 30 by Raj, gets called in 2 spots. He'll flop bottom pair on another monotone board.
Yeah, something for everyone here. Manny with a club draw, Bones with top pair, and Raj with bottom pair.
Check.
Going to see a turn card, which is the 4 of diamonds, and we're going to see a river for free as well. Queen of diamonds. Bones good here with his pair of kings. And we're just going to show it down and take it.
And as soon as it checked through, Bones said, I win.
Yeah.
He didn't want to go for extra value against a potential queen, but once the river checked through, he knew that his top pair was good.
Advantage. I fucked it up. Hey, it's been, we've been colluding. Rod, you can tag up, get some help.
What's up? I can't handle Manny all by myself.
Another couple hundred of those, and we'll send them back.
I don't even know if as a tag team we could take one of you guys on, bro.
Like that.
Shit, it's not a fair fight.
Couple of jacks for Bones. He'll race to 35.
Yeah, I felt something, bro.
Isaac with queen 10 in the straddle will make the call.
I had 9-10 to your.
Heads up to 334.
You had 9-10.
Yeah, you had ace 9.
We're doing mandatory 10 straddle under the gun.
Bones C bets and
Yeah, the ace of
see what Isaac wants to do here.
You had it as well, right? Because you also had the 9. Yeah, so
He'll lay it down and we'll move to hand 97. Maybe 98.
made some right choices, made some not so right choices today. Fucking like.
What was that hand you said the ace?
Was that 3 mistakes? Is it like
I think if
strike?
you catch it quick enough, it doesn't count, right?
that I have.
Yeah, you said you had an ace.
Yeah, it's like ace queen.
Ace queen, that's stronger.
Yeah. I'm not four betting you light.
No, you down bet the bluff to 275.
Yeah. Yeah.
Unfortunately, there's another one that was pointed out to me by Aiden, a player on stream of late, who will most certainly be back.
Doesn't make sense either way.
Had my pot odds calculation wrong, but
As soon as I fire the bet, I
fortunately not flamed in the chat for that one. Race to 60 by Aaron with the king 10 of diamonds.
Yeah.
Manny makes the call. The ace 5.
There's a bounty on him actually.
His driver.
Flops top pair.
Bounty promotion.
Stack Raj and then Manny.
Gut shot for, open ender for Raj.
Could be a quarter, could be 5K.
Aaron, the newbie at the table, leads out and gets called by both Manny and Raj.
You guys are getting involved. I love it.
Turn is the 8 of diamonds. Aaron slows down. Everyone slows down. And River's a jack. Manny good here with top pair. See MMA and Car Addict in chat. Always good to have you with us. Tuning in from New York City.
From NYC. That's where I lived 10 years ago before moving to Austin.
An interesting spot here. Raj choosing to just try to buy this one. He overbets the pot 2x. And Manny in a world of hurt here with his pair of aces. Has that one chip call in his hand. Trying to piece this one together, and now in folding formation.
They've used this design like several times. They've used this design like multiple times.
Shows the ace to Raj. Trying to get a reaction. Raj just going to stare at a spot on the table and pray for a fold, which he does get, and he's going to earn a pot the hard way. Shows a 5. Raj taking it to the streets. MMA says, looks bluffy. I mean, it certainly looks bluffy, but you still have to put $1,200 in the pot with just a weak top pair.
I don't think there was a straight, was there?
You said almost.
Yeah, there was no, there was no
Straight draw.
Straight draw.
Almost.
That motherfucker. You know what? Bounty's back on.
You're literally it's a pool bounty now. It's a pool
Yeah.
bounty.
Aaron picking up a hand under the gun with ace 10 of spades. Professor looks down at a sexy suited connector. Will make the call. Isaac with ace jack is going to squeeze to 200. Now Ethan, jack 10 of hearts, just going to lay it down. No hesitation from Aaron making the call. Now Professor getting a price with a suited connector. Type of hand that does play well multi-way. Manny now has to put in $160 to play a
Nobody respects it, huh?
$815 pot, and does just so.
Yeah, so this is exactly what Isaac wanted when he raised it up with ace jack offsuit.
Right. And top pair for Aaron. Going to be well ahead here.
Yeah, he's going to find the check here. Too many players behind to do anything devious.
Yeah, attempting to blast off with your uncapped range, but getting very punty if you bet there, as you mentioned, Amanda. Aaron wagers 350, and Isaac going to think about it, but I think we're going to find the fold button. Does let it go, and Aaron will win his first pot after joining the table.
Didn't really want to see another card.
I gathered that.
We always talk about Bones being a true pro. He returns to the table and puts his mic back on, having remembered to take it off for break. A key element of being a stream regular. I've had a few players forget that.
Played every hand.
I have.
I've been one of those players before.
Have you?
Yeah.
Was it disastrous or just a minor misstep?
A minor misstep.
Okay, that's good. Trip aces for Professor. And just going to win a small one here.
VPIP 100 is what? VPIP 100 is how you play, right?
I mean, if you can do it.
Manny, 5 deuce suited, will race to 35, and Bones with Cowboys
All right, I can't do it.
races to 125.
No longer 100% VPIP.
I tried.
I know. I need more money. Really teach me a lesson.
Manny not wanting to play 5 deuce of hearts out of position versus Bones. Bones going to win a small one with his monster hand.
I like this new nitty man.
Only 70% VPIP.
75, thank you.
Oh, do they have that? Let's see the films.
Julia.
Fold the 3 bet, 100%.
After the hand, we'll do it. Thanks. A round of VPIPs. Thank you.
And Bones with the little needle there saying, I like this new nitty Manny.
Oh, wow. Gave him a little body shot to try to loosen him up.
And 2 red kings to Aaron this time. Welcome to the table.
Aaron, you had black chip in that green stack.
Raises to 200, and Professor with aces.
Not welcome to the table.
The most unwelcome of welcomes. Professor going to make it 500, and disaster brewing for our newbie.
Mullen.
He just rips it. Snap call, presumably by Professor, and see the reaction of Aaron. Cannot believe it. 48-30. We need a king. Does not come. We run it once, and Professor gonna win a $4,800 pot.
He's got him covered.
Yeah, it is paint, but not a king.
He's got a bunch behind
And
me.
I think that's going to be it for Aaron.
Good night.
Microphone.
Oh.
Yeah, what can you say?
I had
Unfortunate
earlier, remember?
chain of events there for Aaron.
I'm glad I ran it twice. I would have gotten cooked.
Professor, though, the beneficiary, and actually puts him just on the heels of Raj in terms of profit for the night, up 3,200.
If we had 100 VPIP speech and King brings aces.
We were talking about spot dead earlier in relation to Fortune's night. Well, that quite obviously the far other end of the spectrum.
22%.
I thought you came to
Isaac,
Texas Social.
25%. Professor, 26. Raj, 31. Bones, 32. Manny Fresh, 74%.
You know, I was talking to Professor before the stream, and we were joking.
I mean, you say
If
80 on a
he
regular.
loses, he would blame the commentators. And I said, that's okay. I just need to take credit, too, if you win.
I
So,
thought you were just card dead, but I guess maybe.
So
you're welcome.
kudos should be headed your way, Amanda.
Absolutely.
Isaac's turn with Kings, hopefully for better results than Aaron just experienced. And unfortunately, no action, just taking down the blinds and straddle. The less expensive bad result when you have Kings.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went through a stretch where I ran Kings into Aces a improbable number of times in a short period. Decided to look it up,
Might be able
and
to steal Manny's one. You can't steal one.
feel free to correct me in the chat, but I believe 1 out of 14 times that you hold Kings, one of your opponents will have Aces.
Mr. 11.
3 bet to 150 by Fortune.
Is getting in there.
He's got Ace Jack suited.
Holy shit.
Raj folds the fives. Professor will make the call with his
75 more.
freshly minted stack.
We're like within like 3%.
What's up?
And wow, what a flop. Professor in a bad spot here. He's got worse diamonds. Does have a pair to go with it. Check, check.
And the straight comes in for
Maybe
Fortune.
one more hand of Hold'em and then a bomb pot.
Still a pair and a flush draw for Professor.
It's almost
Fortune's going to continue, and I don't imagine Professor's folding his flush draw.
Just calls. Diamond is a disaster on the river, but
Does fade it.
yeah, fades disaster, and Fortune looked like he had one of the best spots materializing. Will win a pretty decent pot here, but
What's up? Oh shit.
no more money going to go in the middle.
Windmill that shit. Windmill that shit.
After the
Fuck.
accounts, you have 11% VPIP.
I was so ready for him to windmill that. I was gonna be like, Mr. 11. Mr. 11.
Thank you, thank you.
Whatever that first part is, I want to get 8, 2. I'm looking like it there.
That looked pretty awesome.
So we get close to the end of the night. We do want to remind you, High Hand Wednesdays. Amanda, the beneficiary of a high hand today with quads. And the graphic, actually a bit dated. The new prize, 400, right?
400 every hour.
400 every hour, so come down on Wednesdays. Also have high hands on Monday as well.
3 players.
Three ways to a flop with some speculative holdings and top and bottom, or excuse me, middle and bottom pair for Manny.
Hoping somebody has an ace.
Flicks out a small bet.
Gut shot now for Isaac. Double gutter.
Let's just let it go.
King 9 for the last time? Oh, shit.
Sensed it. I didn't ask for it.
He's a knower. He's a knower.
Do want to thank all of you as we get near the end of the show here. We'll finish with this bomb pot. Kyle Frisbee, Amanda Chang in the booth tonight. Want to thank Dan and Julia who have been dishing out the cards this evening. Final time I'll ask, hit the like and subscribe button. We much appreciate it. A lot of you watching tonight. We do want to remind you the summer series has started, and check out the full lineup of events on TexasCardHouse.com or, of course, Poker Atlas. We'll be bringing 3 events to you over the course of the series, and next Wednesday will be the high roller during our normal cash stream time slot. So if you love high-level final table action, please tune into that one.
Might be scoop or get scoop. Let's see.
Waiting for what Rod said. Game is built around Rod.
Decent flop for Isaac. Open-ender to the nuts on both sides on the top. Top 2 pair on the bottom with the dry ace of diamonds. Ethan's going to call with king jack of diamonds and a couple pairs and gut shots. Manny's in there
Shuffling
with
those cards around. I'm scared. I'm so fucking scared.
pairs and gut shots. No, oh, Manny has an 8 as well, so Manny with trips now on the top.
With the ace kicker, would much prefer to have a friend in a bomb pot for a boat, but nonetheless has solid equity. Checks through to a river.
Queen 10 comes in for Isaac on the top board. King Jack. Still
King
good
Jack,
on the bottom.
good somehow on the bottom. Board is paired for Isaac. He checks it. Looks like this may just check through. Nobody with a
Straight on top.
much incentive to bet. And check through it does. So Isaac and Ethan will chop up this small-ish final bomb pot. But as I said, that'll wrap things up from Austin, Texas tonight. Want to thank all of you who hopped into chat. We had a nice, lively chat. Even you, Broom, who caught one of my oversights. Like I said, back with you guys for the Summer Series final tables in the coming days. Kyle Frisbee and Amanda Chang signing off from Austin, Texas. Have a great night, everybody.